You are now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Thank you. Good morning. Saturday, March 7th, 2026, 08 a.m. I would call this Selectmen Budget Meeting to order. If you can, please stand for the pledge. Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd ask everyone to silence their phones, please. Is anyone else recording this meeting? Right. This meeting is being recorded live with TCTV. It will be on Channel 8 and their YouTube platform, and a recording of this meeting will be available later on TCTV YouTube. They have no minutes to approve this meeting. We have no citizens here. Mr. Administrator, if you give us just a brief of the day's events, please.
Sure. So as you've done in previous years, today is your annual budget hearing. All of your department heads, except for the school, who obviously is about half the budget, they're coming to Monday night. And the police department, who had a scheduling conflict, all of your other departments who have budgets with money and committees, such as advisory, who is also here today, will be presenting to you. And this will be the board's opportunity to dive deep into the budgets that they are presenting and ask any probing questions so that we can set a course for FY27. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The first up this morning is Development Services.
Mr. Chair,
Witta.
Mr. Chair, can I open my board?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to call to order the advisory committee meeting for today for March 6th.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we're open.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Laurie.
May I ask the question before we begin?
Sure.
Who is going to denote any corrections or changes that we make? And how are we going to go about, let's say, stating those in this process?
Generally, if we have questions or concerns about like an amount of, they're buying something for this amount and somebody else is, we would make a notation of that. And then the board discusses that at a regular business meeting with the budget on the agenda. And I foresee probably a couple of those meetings. Because in the end, as we did last year, the previous board, at a business meeting, we moved stuff around and made adjustments, and that's what it is.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to be clear to
Probably.
all. Thank you. Sorry.
Miss Witta. No.
Yes. So the budget has not really changed all that much since last year. On the personnel page, which I'll wait.
Part of the problem is things aren't numbered. I'm trying to figure. I know I've seen your budget. I
Okay.
just can't figure out.
I don't know where, I
Was it
can't
in
tell
the
you.
book?
Yeah,
Like the middle.
not that far back. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, okay, these are in.
No order.
Well, they're in order by,
After ambulance. And
they're in order by their department code, so 124, select board, et cetera. So she is.
Yes.
We'll get there.
Emergency management.
Hi, Mayor.
Development services. All right, finally, there. So on the personal page, I think the difference here is just the way that it's recorded. There's nothing extravagant being asked for on this page. Under the, you can see that the CPC administrative contribution is on there a little bit differently than the last time we did the budget, but it's all the same, really. Yes.
We had an employee.
Hoping to add an employee. You are correct. I was actually going to cover that in a different spot, but this is the spot to do it. You're right. So I've been talking about a planner for a very long time. Our department is becoming overwhelmed and understaffed. And if we can't make this happen, I understand what everybody is up against. I have to at least be looking forward to making it happen. And I understand we need a grant writer too. And we were hoping that through a full-time position, we could get somebody that was here every day, all day, to work with the other departments.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
The grant writer, the planner slash grant writer, would that supposed to be like grant writer for property things, or would it be like equipment stuff too, like Graceland did, the player did before, the full time when we had?
It would be a grant writer for everybody. It's not just for the planning department, not just for my department. I think you all know that we help wherever we can. And we did not want them just for us.
And I think that's a good question and a good answer too, because a lot of the grants that I saw the town get, that Graceland got, were very planning related anyway. So a lot of the big ticket stuff we'd be looking for is going to be right up their wheelhouse. And everything is planning when you think about it. But I think that makes sense to combine those two positions.
It is. And what our hope is at some point in time that the commercial property that we do have for businesses, we can work with Water and Light, who is very good at grant writing also, to get services out, sewer, water. And
Well, I see in other towns, when they're doing, for growth, they combine that grant, like that you see it a lot on other, because I went and looked and other ones are doing it, because it's also, if there's any questions in the grant world that somebody in the town that's doing a business might ask. I see that happening too on other towns where they're asking, they practically do like a business thing where
yes,
residents or potential businesses can come to the planning board and ask, like, how do I do this and how do I do that? And grants are one of the things they ask. I've noticed, and I noticed on your page with the wage, personnel page, that would explain the from last year's budget, it's 84,674 increase. Yeah. Thanks.
welcome.
Any other questions? Personnel. Just as a note, the town has employed a planner previously, back in 11, 12-ish, was here for a couple of years.
Yeah, Chantel Weed.
So, it has been done before. She left and it was just never been done.
Through attrition and the things that the town has gone through, our employee base has decreased. I can think of 5 just off positions off the top of my head. So, and we do currently answer questions for residents and things we do handle it in our office.
So how long ago was that position?
So that was probably back to, as you said, when we were at the JBM building. Where the offices were located on Patriots Road down there. So we're talking 15 years ago?
11, 12, 13, probably.
Something like
I think
that.
13 when.
And I just wanted to say that the money for the grant writer we had was a little bit less than this amount. but it was in the select board budget, so it's kind of like moved from there to her budget, just for a reference point. Yeah.
Our employee support has not really changed. That's still supporting training and all our memberships, conservation and training through annual conference training for MHOA are probably our bigger expense items. But hasn't really increased.
Laurie, could any of these, if so needed, could any of these be deferred, for a year? If
Yes.
we, okay,
Because we are all up to date on our training, so if we had to, we could defer.
okay, thank you very much.
Laurie, clarification though, do you guys have certifications that you have to keep up to date? Is that what some of this is for?
Yes.
So
So
deferring usually means in a fiscal year to come, because I have to maintain my MCPPO.
Mhm.
So deferring usually means in the next fiscal year, you're gonna have to take more. So the budget's gonna eventually, if yours is like mine, where it's eventually gonna expire,
Yes, most of my licenses expire, but I'm in a 3-year loop right now, so I would be okay this year, but would need,
you're gonna squeeze more in the next 2 years. Yeah,
Right.
it's like my MCPPO. I have to take 3 or 4 classes, including a recertification
yeah.
classes, and the more I postpone it, the bigger hit's gonna be for the fiscal year. I just want to clarify that.
Well, this is, this page, for this is a $350 increase from last year. It's not a huge increase from last.
Well, actually, if you look at the employee support, it's actually FY26 was $6,000.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's now coming in at 5,100.
Yep.
Thank you. With the addition of a potential addition of a town planner / grant writer, will that incur additional training for this year, do you think?
So the training that would, if we were lucky enough to have it happen, if the training for a planner is free to start through the state program, and oh my gosh, I can't come up with that, but it's the Planners Association of Massachusetts.
Just want to make sure we weren't missing something.
Not yet. Purchase of services? Okay. Not a lot of change here either. My biggest beef is still that we have to put things in the Gardner News, which is very expensive these days. And until the state decides to change that, I still have to plan for it. Mark Popham is our engineer who does our landfill monitoring for the water, what's in the water, how the landfill is actually kept. He actually, a few years ago, because it's in such good condition, we only have to have 1 inspection a year instead of 2. So I'd like to keep that going and keep him on as our person. MRPC, very important. Montechusett Public Health Network is one of our biggest supporters. Anytime they do all our epidemiology reporting. They provide nurses when we need nurses. We had a case where we had to do direct observation therapy for a person in town, which is a lot of money. And they covered all of that with our subscription to them. Basically, not much different.
Can you explain to me pest control?
Pest control is more for when we have an issue on our own property with beaver or rabies or anything like that. We cover it, anything that comes from like Gardner Animal Hospital as far as testing results
That doesn't fall under ACO.
Some of it does, some of it falls under Board of Health. Especially for like the landfill, when we have to either trap or breach a dam, which it's very active over there.
Yeah, they put it in the wetland.
Yep.
Hasn't Bob talked about trapping and taking care of beaver dams?
And it actually comes through here.
Okay.
And the sealer of weights and measures,
We're actually looking into that right now because we did have, so right now, the sealer of weights and measures is a representative from the state, and they bill us. They randomly go to Cumberland Farms and verify gas pumps and things like that, that they're doing the right thing. We do collect that money back because when I get the bill and I get the report, I divvy it up and I actually send invoices to the businesses that were inspected. So that goes back into the general fund.
general fund, okay.
Yep.
Years ago, we used to have someone in town that
We
did
did.
that. When I was on Board of Health.
Yep, he did all the local cities and towns, and we've actually come across one that works out of Athol, so we are looking at that too. If we can reduce the cost for our residents, we'd like to.
And the landfill mowing, I'm assuming our DPW does that also?
They do not.
No?
We have somebody that does that. We actually have, it's Tim Roddy, who's a local farmer on Gray Road. He's been doing it for a few years now. He was the least expensive. Actually, he didn't want to charge us, but we have to. So that's who does it, normally twice a year. I will.
Place for him to go too, really.
He does his job and he's careful, and we can't have any tears in the cap. And it was below $5,000, so we could go with who we needed, and it was the least expensive.
Isn't that town owned land? I don't understand why our DPW is it.
Can't hear you, Rob.
Isn't that town owned land? Why wouldn't it fall under the DPW?
So when I first started working here, I'm not sure of the whole hullabaloo, but it was some kind of couldn't hold two positions deal. I don't know if that still holds true or not. Cemetery department used to do it years ago.
But like she says, they have to be really careful down there. You do not need to create a problem that would take an act of Congress to fix.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think it should fall.
I know.
Well, we can certainly go and look into that and see if things are changed. Good with that one? Good. Supplies, always fun. Postage, ink, paper, certified mail. I don't believe that I increased anything on this. Should have brought my last year's budget.
Thank you.
It went up about $250.
Okay. That's probably postage.
Mr. Ryan,
Yeah,
what is your strat? Because unfortunately, she's the first one coming in front of us.
Go for it. So,
What is your strategy for things, for functionality, costs and expenses that kind of run across multiple departments? Because everybody has a little bit of chunk of money for postage, for, supplies, for whatever. What's your strategy for that?
my strategy is to let the professionals who manage their departments manage those line items. So the town administrator is not going to get into postage in the development services department. So it's not to be like, Laurie, it's your job, but it's her job to make sure she's not overspending. It's her job to make sure that she's not wasting money on supplies. It's her job to make sure she's not buying too many notebooks. Because it's a small amount of money when I look at her budget and small amount of money in most people's budgets. I suppose if you add it up, it's a little more than a small amount, but That's why we have these competent department heads managing it.
Question. In that same line, this isn't for you, Laurie, this is more for James, related to, supplies. I look through and, throughout the departments, there's a significant amount of paper, products being purchased. And looking through the warrants, they're purchased from multiple different, vendors. I'm a printer by trade. Historically, if you talk to one vendor and you get a, group, you get a group rate, you could have it delivered at different times, you could have it delivered to different vendors, but you could buy it all through one company.
So it depends what we're talking about here. My office tends to handle the printer paper. And so that's exactly what we need for all that. And so you see different piles of it around town hall, some in her office, some in our office. Laurie, when it says paper, what exactly are you paying for, I guess?
So we have to usually print plans and things like that, and
And the
we
big
get,
ones?
yeah,
So that's a little different than what you're
not the
thinking.
giant ones.
And not the Mylar.
That might be a little different than what you're talking about. So some of the
Well, what
little-
I'm talking about is
special
20-pound bond that I see being bought, from the police department, from the fire department, from town hall departments, and, from Amazon, from WB Mason, from here and there. And I think if we consolidated those, we could get a better price. That's all, my only point.
Absolutely.
Is there anyone documenting action items?
Yeah.
I consider that, personally, I consider that an action item for you to take a look at.
Well, so I hear two people who think it's an action item, but there's,
I agree.
Yeah.
I get a little more.
I agree. If somebody down the hall's got a closet full of paper and somebody down this end needs some, if they don't, which they probably don't, go ask you, by the way, do you have what I need? We have a central supply closet and we bought it all, then they could go get
So-
what they needed and when it.
So
comes
printer
out,
paper-
you could-
yeah. So the printer paper, I mean, we don't have enough space for a central supply closet. So if we're talking about all the supplies, but like I said, paper we buy for this building, and I assume Bob buys a little bit for his building
Yeah, well,
and,
that's what I'm saying.
huh? So, I guess you could, as far as printer paper goes, possibly consolidate that, and then the police, fire, and DPW would come pick stuff up from here, but it's probably more efficient to have them delivered there. I'm not sure we're gonna get much of a discount when we're already bulking the biggest group here, but if the board would like me to look into paper, then I will do that.
We can discuss that at a regular selectmen business meeting.
Okay.
To look into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because, again, it's been around, we did have a town coordinator that did what Mr. May was talking about, and I believe it was through Staples, and reduced the costs a good amount. I don't have that in the brain box, but I can look that up, but.
Like I said, we are doing that with paper for this building. Jill did that recently where she saw a good deal on paper, and we were getting a little low, so she pulled the trigger on it. And so that's what Holly used to do, the same thing apparently.
Well said on supplies?
Yep. Well, intergovernmental is really easy.
Yeah.
As well as other.
Sheets.
Yeah.
Is that missing?
Yeah.
It's zero
It's
on.
zero.
Oh,
Good.
that's
I'm sorry, I was being.
stuff. Oh, so you're being funny.
There.
Yeah, we took out zeros, so you wouldn't waste paper.
Oh, okay.
See, efficient on paper.
You?
Page numbers.
Thank you. Yes, we've brought that up multiple times. So let's get that out of the way. There's no page numbers. We apologize, all right? So let's see,
It's not online either.
because we just printed it Thursday. So, and
We'll give you.
Thank you for
points
printing
getting it done.
We apologize to the residents.
I don't apologize to the residents because we're gonna update this thing further so that they need a master copy done, multiple versions.
Let's move on. Pulling your leg.
It's not you, Bev.
I would never do that.
Thank you. Anybody else have any other questions?
I have a statement. I have never seen a department run as well under anyone as I had this young lady. Pop in and out all the time. And I started on the Board of Health with Walter Rolfe. Everything the Board of Health owned was in the back of his car. Literally, we didn't even have an office. It has grown and she has handled so many things at one time. You and the girls you work with, I'm not gonna leave them out.
No, they're
You
wonderful.
do an incredible
Thank
job.
you.
If I need an answer, I know I'm always gonna get one. I can call her up and say, hey, you wanna look into this for me? And she does it. You, honey, do a super job.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
I'll third that.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Back
Now,
to the
before I
page.
turn really red, I'm leaving.
Great. Thank you, Laurie.
Thank
Thank you. Have a good day.
Anyway,
You get 5 extra minutes. Have a good day, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of it, honey.
Yes, thanks.
All right,
Bob's
Next.
budget's the next one, just so everyone is aware.
Right after the.
Next page.
next up is public service, Mr. Szocik.
Morning all.
Hi, Bob.
One block.
For you that don't know, this is my executive assistant, Michelle Vestergaard.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
So, I'm assuming that we're on the same page with, let's start with highway.
Mhm.
First page is, 5100 account personnel. This hasn't changed, and it will be changed, for the union contract on most of it. They're at their end of negotiations. I'm sure we'll. So, like the on-call bonus periods that might change, hourly rates, et cetera. James, you have anything to add to that one?
You gotta speak up, you mumbling.
No, because I haven't spoken to the select board about negotiations yet, and we're not at the point where I can talk about it yet. So
Yeah,
we're about to
Just want
finish.
you guys understand on that.
I do have a question on this page. If you look at Mr. Szocik's salary, the rate of $51.85 times 24 hours is $64,976.68, not $81,197. So if we could correct that, I'd appreciate it.
We'll look into that. That might be, you're right, we usually have a formula going across, but that
One below it is correct, but the one above that. is
yeah, if I can pull it up, I can look at the formula that's in there. We actually might be budgeting, I think we're budgeting extra for Mr. Szocik's retirement. We're budgeting a little extra to try and get some cross-training done. So hire someone before Mr. Szocik leaves. That way we can have some transfer of knowledge. So I think I'll try and pull it up while we talk, but that would be why. I think that's why there's extra in there to,
17,000.
yeah. So I think up to 3 months, we were trying to be hopeful to get someone in.
Should there not have been another line to say that that was for that underneath his?
Well, it's the director's salary and that's,
And it could have said director, you know. What you just said, the crossover on the next line after.
it's still coming out of director's salary. I mean, I guess it's personal preference. So you're not wrong. It could be
Yeah.
that way.
It's just that's how it happens for a different department when there's a retirement.
And one other point on this page.
Mhm.
You have $15,000 listed as a call-in bonus down the bottom. That is not in the contract. For DPW. Highway, or buildings around.
No, it is. It's called, I forget what they call it in the contract, but they're entitled to a bonus during two times of the year. If They come in when they're called for overtime, and they don't miss days.
Is that in a new contract?
No, it's the current one.
It's in the past contract. The new contract could be different.
Because, yeah, I couldn't find anything with numbers, so.
No, yeah, it's up to, I think it's up to 1,500 twice a year, something like that. I don't have it
Yeah,
in front of me,
it's
but it's a
based on
bonus that they've
employees.
entitled to for a few years now.
So it's $1,000 bonus for each employee,
If
every
they,
6 months?
if they,
Twice a year.
if they qualify, so $2,000 a year,
qualify.
potentially. Per employee.
That's, can I say something? My husband worked on the B&M Railroad. He used to get called in the middle of the night. He didn't get a bonus. He showed up or he got fired. He didn't get a truck to take home. He had to go to the yard, pick up the truck and then go to work.
Your
A little
husband,
bit much.
your husband didn't sound like he was unionized.
He was union.
Well, it's not a very good union then.
He was union.
I mean, these are contractual benefits that precede me, so I don't really know what to say.
It's not your fault. It's just totally ridiculous.
Well, you have to, so when you're thinking about union contracts, you have to take the whole contract into consideration. So that might seem a little generous, but when you look at what the gentlemen are making, they're not making a ton of money. We're not making anyone rich.
Rather pay them more for what they make, what they work,
Well,
and for riding down the road.
I tend to agree with you, but remember,
Yeah.
the more we increase their hourly rate, the more that affects overtime, the more it affects our pension contribution. And so it affects, more affects double time. So,
And selectmen that thought they were Santa Claus too, so.
Again, all the negotiation, every time they renegotiate and renew their contracts, it's approved by the select board.
Yeah, I know.
It's not blindsided.
Yeah, I get that.
and Bob, yeah, there's about 16,239, which I think was the equivalent of 3 months. That is just added to that formula, which is why if you take the 51 times 24, it doesn't add up. So if the board would like, we could split that out so it's more clear and put another line item there, and in the next iteration, we can do that.
I have a question. I understand that your contract is up in June, and then, but you're planning to retire in October. Are you currently training somebody?
No,
No,
we
no.
would go out to hire for someone outside to
That
bring
would be
in.
in the 2027 budget.
And
We're currently hiring a foreman's position. Existing.
so going from FY26 to FY27, the labor operator went from having 2 HEOs, I forgot what they to 3 HEOs. And I'll say step 7, and I don't want to get into who's doing what, but they're all different rates. And I don't understand why they're different rates. Please stay away from actual HR things, but can you generally explain why they're different rates?
Different rates of the years that they've been here.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I might have to look at the steps, the description there, but
And Mr. Ryan, I don't know if you're aware, but a number of years ago, a job performance, not a performance,
Description.
thank you, job description and benefits and everything study was done. It was never implemented.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's too far out of date or not, but going forward, if you weren't already aware of it, just wanted to make you aware.
Those are the
Yeah.
ones we're currently using for the grant we got a couple of years ago. That's the most recent ones.
But I am aware that it exists, and oftentimes when we have to hire a new position, I'll go to those job descriptions that are already written because they're pretty well written. So I'll often take from those when we're.
But there's also steps in there and how to do that.
So you can have something like that, but the union contract will supersede that depending on what's negotiated.
What I'm saying is when you're in negotiations with the union,
Mhm.
that maybe you should I'm suggesting that may be of a benefit to take a look at,
Mhm.
you know.
So what I generally do is, and without getting too deep into it, is I conduct surveys of the surrounding towns to see what benefits they're getting and what they're giving and what hourly rates they're giving and what their step schedule looks like and the health insurance contribution split. So I put all this stuff together and I usually go in with a plan, a bigger sort of picture of what I'm trying to do with the contract. And I have to mesh that against what they're then giving to me to request for. So I take all this information in, and sometimes it's easy to say, no, what you're asking for is too much. And sometimes it's difficult to say, What you're asking for is too much because it's not. So that's how negotiations kind of go.
We can look at that anyway. We can look at that anyway.
Any further questions on that? If none, we'll move on to the next. Which is a 5110 account. Employee support. Again, a lot of this relates to the union contract. Some small increases on shirts and stuff like that have gone up. Uniforms actually went down. We went out and got 3 quotes for the next 3 years, and they actually went down. Again, the glasses and the tool allowance, all that stuff is in negotiations.
Question, that's there. We got a couple questions on this one, Bob. I see on the previous page under employees, it looks like you have 7 employees.
Yeah.
But yet we have quantities of 8 for boots, for glasses, for jackets, for Department of Transportation physicals, and for random drug testing, and we have 9 for conferences and training.
Bob, don't you get these allowances?
I'm sorry,
Don't you get these allowances, some of them?
some of them, yeah.
So he would be the
mostly
8th.
person.
And
Back
9th,
when Carter was here, he wanted me to fall under this, which I really haven't took big advantage of.
Okay, so there you haven't used them.
I use them for the shoes. That's probably the most common.
Okay, and the other 2 issues that I have are, licensing certificates and hydraulic endorsements. Those are 2-year licenses, if I'm not mistaken,
They're 2 years, but
and they're in every year's budget.
every 2 years,
Oh, they're in every year's budget, 25, 26, 27.
it's not, it rotates. Not every guy is due the same year.
But the budget, but also for the hydraulics, it's $150. It's at max $150 per person for the 2 years, depending upon whether they have a 2A or a 2B hydraulics license.
No,
An
no,
endorsement.
This is, yeah, the hydraulics, they can have many endorsements. So that, like myself, I have 4 endorsements. So they charge you per endorsement on what you're testing for, get
Right.
recertified.
Yeah,
Is, what are they, $70 or something now
$60.
per test?
It's
Oh,
60. It's 60 per test online. And and if you have a 2A endorsement, you don't need the ones further down. I realize this is a little bit of nitpicking, but it's every dollar counts right now.
Job.
And it's, so I'm just looking at this going, you've got the hydraulics, you've got, number of people, you're looking at, it's $60 per endorsement. It could be $150, overall, depending upon the number of endorsements that the person has. But it just seems like there's more money in here than probably should be. It's a small amount, but every bit counts.
We can take a look at it again, but I know the endorsements did go up last couple of years.
And the drug testing, is that done on every employee every year, or are they just random, or are they just on new hires? What is, can you explain the drug testing?
What topic are you asking me?
the drug testing.
No, it's random drug testing. Usually every quarter. It could be 2 to 3 people. That they pick.
And 52 uniforms. That's per contract, is that broken down per individual, or is that just the?
It's not 52 uniforms, that's the
52 weeks.
52 weeks.
52 weeks times 65.
If the uniform company comes every week and charges us every week, so it's $65 per week.
I can't hear you, please.
Oh, sorry, it's $65 per week for all of our guys.
So that's for cleaning.
Yeah.
Okay,
That makes a lot of difference.
yeah.
Cleaning and repairs
Okay, that makes a world of difference. Thank you. That's just simply approved.
All set on that one. Here and none, we'll go to the next. There's a 5,200 account, purchase of services, went through this, yesterday. We found another change, which we shall pass out the update. The change on it, I see will be, the vehicle inspection. It's actually 26. I'd say with this budget thing going back and forth so many times and going through it with more time yesterday. That being said, that adjustment was the vehicles that went to auction and whatnot. But the correct number is 26.
Is that $100 number an average?
Yes, as well, the bigger vehicles get,
Yeah, like more 35 for them and 35 for the others.
correct.
Does that cover all town vehicles,
It doesn't include the police, fire, sewer, water, electric. This is just highway, emergency management, senior center, board of health.
your tree cutting? Right, and removal, and it's gone back and forth with Winchton. I'm not sure what the status is. And did we ever buy any equipment related to,
You mentioned Winchendon.
yeah, so,
No, that we did try to share a position for a tree person between Templeton and Winchendon. Neither one of us are unable to fill the positions. So previous town administrator last year took it off. Because we had qualifications, but nobody had the licensing for the vehicle. So we decided to remove it from the budget.
so the $5,000 increase from last year, from FY26 to FY27 is to cover, is the intent to cover not having that agreement?
No,
This
this
is-
has always been a tree cutting removal pruning budget, and it's been about 15,000 since I've been here. It has nothing related to what we were trying to do. With the increase of the elm disease, and red pines, and the cost of removing trees today, this is a very small budget.
Removing the trees, is this when you hire a company?
Correct.
Okay, because I saw guys in the common the other day, but I don't know if the light company hired them or if either.
Well, yeah, a lot of people get confused because the light department hires their own crew or company to do some pruning. And everybody thinks it's the highway, and a lot of times it's not.
Okay,
So,
Right, just-
yeah, this is to be hired out because anything really over 35 feet where
yeah,
our truck only goes 40 feet, so it's unsafe
yeah.
for us to do tree removal.
One more quick question, Bob. You have fuel tank testing, vapor testing, and fuel pump maintenance in here, and that's in every year. Is that? I know, like, if you look at the maintenance and so forth, they say the pump should last 7 years with what you're pumping. Is this something we actually utilize every year?
Yeah, that's mandatory every year.
The vapor testing and so forth, but not the fuel pump equipment.
Repair,
Repair.
well, it's older stuff, so we're kind of on the line of being, it's been working, but the system and tanks and stuff we have down there are gonna at some point expire.
Mhm.
And then you would have to make a decision if you're gonna redo a fuel depot or go to like Heffner's or something. And
Okay, this is my question.
One other thing on the tree cutting removal, I've noticed in prior expenses that there's like one particular company that you use. Has that gone out to bid?
It's contract. It's contracted with the town.
Right, but it's over the 10 grand is the amount. So has it gone out?
Well, it's not spent all at once. It could be 5 grand.
Mr. Ryan?
Yeah.
This-
So I guess it kind of depends. So you said it's contracted, so you have a current contract with whoever right now?
Yes,
It's a 3-year contract?
yes.
All right, so at the end of the 3 years, if in any one fiscal year, you're expecting to spend all this money, then you'd have to bid it out. But I think what Bob's saying is right now, we currently have a contract with them, so it sounds like it probably went out to bid a few years ago. But yeah, if he's looking to spend 60 grand over 3 years, then yeah, he would have to get 3 quotes for that. Actually, I think that's a sealed bid, actually. But depends how much he's looking to spend over 3 years.
Right.
So the budget doesn't necessarily correlate to how much he's gonna cut. He might attempt to cut 20 grand, but when he finds a patch of elm trees that he needs to cut down, might be 10 grand. And so if we have a particular project and we know we're gonna spend that exact amount, you have to go out to bid. But sometimes these tree services, from what I understand, it's not all $1 amount, one project that you're gonna spend. So then you wouldn't bid it out.
Well, we'll use
That makes sense.
Gilman Way, for example, there's over 1,000 red pines got the disease, so yes, I'll get one initial quote to feel out what roughly you're looking at for the town, and that would have to go out to bid.
It's just my concern is that it looks like we're trying to keep it under certain dollar amounts, so that way it doesn't have to go out to bid. That's what I'm not saying that's what's happening.
Mhm.
I'm just saying it has the appearance of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's presented in the budget, unfortunately, you could make that example probably in a number of ways. You know, the budget can't be that detailed.
Yeah.
But I think tree cutting services are not one project. They're more, this tree looks like it's about to fall. We have to take it down. There's 7 grand type of thing.
Well, we're about to get hit with a bunch of trees. We have trees that can't be saved. They're not in species for this area, and there's quite a bit of them throughout, especially at the park in Baldwinville, so. Anywhere.
And like Bob said, that Gilman Waite one, I think that's the one you've shown me before. That's a big project. That would be a separate contract. We bid out for that.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next, highway supplies. Again, we'll have to stay pretty much within the same, except for like the diesel and gas. Propane. Stuff that went up in cost.
Question.
Sure.
Diesel. You have a price of $5.67 a gallon?
Yeah.
The average price in 25 has been $3.43. Where did we get that number from?
Well, every year we reach out and they can't give us.
It's always been $5.55, 5 and
Yeah,
change,
so-
so it's always been like $2 high.
They always say figure in 2 to 3% increase, so. It's that market. We don't have much control. Like you said, it could go down. We don't know.
Right, I'm just saying, with scheduling at $5.67, which is $2 over the present price, is a $30,000 hit. It's not insignificant. And the same with the gas, you know, even though gas has gone up, it's still 50 cents or better short of this. And, that's another $12,000, $13,000. That's all.
Slush fund.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it just seems excessive.
It's a hard market to pinpoint, but as you know, like we're in the war right now, that's probably gonna drive you. We don't know.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand all the things, but I've never paid more than $4.15 for heating fuel, which is the same. So I don't understand where the 5. I've never seen 5.
You should reduce it then.
That's all I'm saying. I've just never seen 5. Never seen $5.67 for a gallon of diesel.
What is it right now?
Well, I was gonna say the average is $3.43. That's $2.20 or so per gallon.
I do get Bob's point, the other Bob.
I do get
Not
the
Bob's.
point of a float. I do get the point of a float.
Mhm.
But I just think we're, floating on floats right now, where we're far and away above where we need to be. We could come down $1.50 without a beat.
Mhm.
Worst came to worst and he needed money, he could always come select board or the advisory to help.
Yeah,
But I
but
mean,
we're not trying.
we're just looking for dollars.
Yeah.
But we don't-
And if we're gonna say no to everything, then why are we here?
It's your job.
Yep. No, not saying no. I mean, that's a good point. Bob, maybe you go back and take another run at that.
Is there a middle point?
Yeah, maybe, but the other thing is looking year over year. So FY25, it was, this area was 265,000. FY26 is 270,000. This year, the ask is 335,000 and change. That's 20% increase year over year. And it seems, given the fact that we can only increase things by 2.5%, a 20% increase, and this isn't directed just at this particular budget. I've got the same sort of concerns in other parts of the budget. So I don't understand.
All right, well, we've only talked about the diesel and gas, so Bob, maybe talk about the other items that, could be contributing to the 20% increase in this,
Yeah.
15400.
Cold patch mix, tools. Hydraulic parts. Everything's gone up in price. Crosstalk bank. Top and berm. That's all stuff that increases, which I have no control of.
Do we paint 100,000 square feet of crosswalk a year?
Yeah, about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The other point is last year's FY26 budget, there was a $56,000 lump sum disallow.
Mhm.
So I'm, if you look at line for line, everything looks, it's in, I'll say in line with everything, but this is a huge difference.
So did you happen to catch my presentation Monday? So I went into a little bit of the logic behind that. So when we were going over, when we were formatting the templates, the problem with the lump sum disallow is that when I'm formatting the templates and sending them out to them, I don't know which of these to take from. So you and I talked briefly the other day about IT. So there's an $18,000 disallow in that line item. If I don't know that budget, I happen to know the IT budget because I have to do it. But if I didn't know that budget, I wouldn't know where to take from. I happen to know that the only line item we could take from is the computer replacement. And so previously they were trying to budget the replace of 7 computers a year, which gets us a replacement of the townwide computers in about 6 years. And so even that's pushing work computers further. And for people out there in TV land, as Jeff likes to say, you might be asking, well, why do work computers need to be replaced after 5 years? It's because we bang on them 40 hours a week, so they wear down faster. That was cut last year, so only a couple computers have been replaced, and I have to avoid replacing any more unless a computer dies. And this year, as I'll present later, that's been cut. But when I'm looking at DPW's budget and I see X amount taken from, 5,400, I don't know where to take that from. So what I did was I took those lump sum disallows out, which is literally just a negative number at the bottom of the template. And my instructions to the department heads were, show us level service budgets. So only increase things that have to go up, like you got quoted something or fuel went up or whatever it was. 2.5% for non-union employees, which the select board approved that I put into the draft. And then if union contracts are settled, put those in. So this is the budget you're seeing.
I will argue this is not a level service budget.
Okay.
Because of the fact that the lump sum disallow of over $56,000 was in there. This is not that budget.
Mhm.
And there are new employees too, which are not level service.
All right, all right, so to Ms. Toth's point, so this is why we're having this meeting. So you can ask Bob, for example, you're saying this 5,400 is level service. I disagree. That's what this is for. They're telling me this is level service. To cut this stuff has some sort of consequence. Some of the stuff is quoted, some of the stuff is estimates based off of trends. But this is what the department heads are telling you is level service. So if you disagree, fine, but this is what this meeting's for. And then Bob, May, what was the statement you made? I forget.
Oh, basically that new employees don't equal level service.
All right, thank you. And so, 3 or so department heads, yes, I said one thing, they sent me some requests. I could have told them, no, that's not my request, but instead I'm letting the boards decide. So you have some new positions being, asked for.
So I have something. So this particular page we're working on, the supply page went up about over $65,000 from last year. The disallowed sum from last year was $56,640. That was disallowed from, so the budget last year on this page was $270,000. So the question I have to Bob is, you didn't get the 56 plus last year. Did you struggle
Oh, well,
getting everything that you needed?
exactly what you said. It was cut from 56 or whatever from last year disallowed. We consciously watch our budget on a weekly basis. We actually have a separate spreadsheet. We bunch every light item in, what was spent and trying to manage it so this will work.
So it looks like you brought back the disallowed, so whatever he had, so he got a lump sum and then he had to make this work and fund all these things. As a department head, it was his responsibility to figure out that it was told to him, this is your amount you're not getting for this page of the, this this supply, this account, this line account. And then he had to figure out how to make it work. That's what the sum did. And what my point was, that he was now giving back all that money. A little bit, about 10,000 more from last year. So basically this year, he's giving back. So every department I'm seeing is giving back the money from last year. So it blows up our budget over $1 million extra. We're looking at, because everybody was giving back those cuts to live within our means,
All right,
what
so-
money we brought in.
So Ms. Graves brings up a point that I mentioned Monday night, but I didn't mention just now when I was repeating this. So remember that when we talk about the disallow, it's in this current fiscal year that they're currently going through, which we're only halfway through. So a lot of the consequences to how they're going to manage it haven't been fully fleshed out. So Bob is actively managing it. So it's kind of also difficult to say, him, police, fire, what the consequences might be. They think they know how they're going to balance things, but they can speak more to that than I can. And just so we're aware, when I added all this up, it was 851,000 of disallow. And so just to be clear, it wasn't that I gave it to them back. I told them to give us a level service budget.
And I disagree that this is not a level service budget.
I know, I respect that. And that's what this meeting's for them to justify their budget.
In regards to the diesel, are you going out to, where are you getting your diesel from every year? Is it
Right
the
now, we
same?
have the correct state bid price as a vendor.
And have you been using that same vendor every year?
Yes. Pretty much.
For how many years?
Oh, I think they're 7 or 8 years.
What's his price right now, Bob?
You know, for any current pricing.
It changes every time we order it.
Yeah.
So you've been using the same vendor every year for 7 to 8 years.
Yeah, so every time the state bid pricing expires, they renew their state bid number. I don't know if that's what you're driving at.
So you're using a state bid list to buy these services.
Correct.
All right, so the state does, I think what you're getting at is this being competitively bid? So that's what the state bid list does. So the Operational Services Division has a number of contracts that they do, and so just like us, every 3 years, they go out to bid and do this stuff, and each contract's different. Sometimes based off of the vendors they have, you could just choose it and buy it because they've done all like the 30B work, in other words. And sometimes they competitively procure, but you still have to get, 3 quotes from the vendors listed. And so he's using a state bid list, so that work's already done. It's a good question.
Last question for me is, how much did you return or how much did you not spend last year out of last year's budget?
I don't know off the top of my head, but, Bob, I would have to look.
But too, that's the problem.
I don't know that number. We don't usually turn back too much.
Did you have to do any transfers into your supply budget from a different one of your other sections?
Not in highway, buildings and grounds I did this year.
No.
Mr. May, we can get you that number. I'll talk to Amber and.
Yeah.
she probably
I
forgot.
think I have it at home, I just didn't bring it.
And just informational for you from FY25.
Mhm.
For the supply budget for highway, it was a $52,000 disallow.
Hmm.
So the budget from year to year has been, previous TAs
Hmm.
have taken this particular line item and cut it between 50 and 60 grand. So,
So look, Ms. Toth,
I'm just.
this is what so the way this process works is the department has come in, they present a budget to you. You all can decide what you want about the budget. Then I'm going to receive instructions, whether it's to cut or some other method. And that's when we go and do this. But this is where we're starting. So that may be where we end.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I'm gonna anyway. So what everyone is trying to get across is this is not last year. This year, this coming fiscal year is going to be more difficult than the previous years on the people that live in this town. And we have to watch their money. That's our job.
Mhm.
Too many years. There's been a rubber stamp around here. They ought to have one on the roof. Because that's what it was, a rubber stamp, and it can't be that way anymore. We have been broke in this town more than we've been solvent. And we have to, everybody's worked hard, the select board's worked hard to keep things on an even keel and try to straighten out the messes we've had. And that when we bring things forward, we're doing our job. How it turns out in the end depends on the voter. And we are trying to get the voters to pay attention. You people in town don't understand it, they're gonna understand it. They have a voice they have to use. So it's not a criticism of him, he has a department to run. Department heads try to get what they can for their department, I understand that. But it's our job to say, hey, wait a minute. You're not getting a buffet, you're gonna get Cheerios and milk. So that's the bottom line.
That's good, excellent.
I like that one, I do.
So I do have a question for Bob.
Yes.
Bob, look at the bottom line on this one, the diesel exhaust fluid, 55-gallon drums. You have a quantity of 4. Was last year, I remember a discussion. You're splitting this with the fire department because you two are the biggest users of the DEF.
Correct. I put down for 4 and I believe the fire has 2. Obviously, we use more than a fire, so.
Yeah.
We average about 6-7 barrels a year.
Okay, between both part, okay.
So
I was trying to figure out, because I saw fire has 2 plugged into theirs as well. So, okay, that answered that question. And just so everybody's on the same page, I'm looking through the BVA that we have through the end of January. This particular line item for highway supplies with the 270 that was allocated. Net activity, we're showing an expenditures of 102, 751, 68, ending with 167, 248, 32. 38.06% variance year up through the end of January. Bob's been pretty frugal expending this budget, and I think you're managing it very well with what we have.
Good to know.
So
Good to know.
I brought the BVA just for these purposes.
The only thing on that subject, Tim, I'm not, I, it's- I'll take partial fault, but I'm not sure what Chief Dickie's putting in for an amount, but it did go down a little bit, and we do call the different vendors and price, see who's the cheapest every time we purchase cat, Fleet Pride, Royco Oil or whoever. But I don't know what Chief Dickie has for an amount.
That is my question I have on that. Because last year you did 166 gallons at $5 per, and this year you're doing 4 drums. Are you and the fire department buying from the same vendor?
We get the price in and I'll reach out to Chief Dickie and said, we need to get a drum and he'll. I give the
Because-
invoice.
You have it at $250 per drum. Fire department has it at 3 1/4 a drum.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we communicated back and forth with the price adjustment, so if when he comes in, you can base his price off of my 250.
Because if he's gonna pay $325, I want you buying the deck for the fire department, because that's $5, $10, you know.
No,
If,
like
you know,
I said, I'll take partial blame for that, not communicating back and forth or him reaching out, but it is 250.
Right, I know you spend time, shopping for the best price you can get on a lot of things. And just as a note, a few years ago, you could buy 2 truck springs for, say, $2,000. Now you buy 1 spring for that. That's how much stuff has gone through the
4 or
roof.
5 grand, huh?
So, it's,
That's
and there's a
been bad
lot of
spring
things that are
season.
going that way. But that was my question on the def. I had $125 more a barrel in one department to the next. They just buy the 6 through you and transfer the 2 over.
Yeah, I mean, just for the boards, like Jeff was saying, a rear main leaf and helper springs, you're looking at 4 or 5 grand. And these newer trucks with the DEF filters on, if they can't be burnt out, those are 6-7 grand just for the filter. So stuff is
I
expensive.
understand that, that's not a problem, because it is etched in concrete, there's not much you can do. You know,
And if you run out of def, and run it out of def, it's a big dollars.
One of the new F-750s, has been having a problem, and actually Ford paid for it to get towed to Ford. Ended up, that's not even a year old to us, blowing turbo.
with all those old trucks that Jeffrey sold.
Those are cheap.
Well, we could just delete them all.
All right, anything we all said on supplies?
It's even personal, you know.
This is not personal, Bob. It's not.
So
If you'd been
highway,
here at 4 o'clock, we would have been more tired.
all right, we need to pick it up a little bit. Intergovernmental 5,600. Yes, that price did increase due to the police union.
That much. I don't believe it's that much. Could you correct me, James?
I don't,
I think it's 57.
Got a memo email from the police department, the detail rate would be $60 per hour.
that might have changed in the last contract. I'd have to try and find it now.
Yeah.
This was January 7th.
I believe it's 57.
So you're saying 5,700 per detail?
Oh,
$57.
That's correct, that can be changed, but that's the problem with negotiation.
I get that. I'm just saying, we just keep changing it. If it's incorrect. No harm, no foul.
Good on intergovernmental?
Mhm.
All right, nice feeling.
So moving on to highway other account. I just wanna bring your attention, you see the MS4 stormwater management, which is very important to the town. In the past one or two TAs.
I can't hear you.
This was supposed to be put in my regular budget. So I did present this last year and it didn't go nowhere. Zero, which isn't good for the town. Town could be liable for thousands of dollars of fines from the state on this. So I able to get enough money, we had monies in there enough between myself, my department, and Laurie Witta's department to cover this year's report for September, so we do not get funding. So the minimum we're looking for is 25,000 to continue. Again, like I said, this should be put in my regular budget.
Yep.
Where services somewhere, but this needs to stay and get addressed.
At least we got it out of capital.
Right, I mean, it started out in capital and it was supposed to be put in from my regular. budget.
Because it's a regular recurring thing
Correct.
and the
You don't
EPA
need it.
lets all the cities and towns kick the can down the road, but if you don't do the basics, they will come
After
and spank you hard.
Can I,
I was very upset last year and very worried for the town that we wouldn't get any fines. I do diligence and thank God we're able to pull this off and hopefully move forward with this continuing.
can I just jump in real quick to answer Mr. Smith's previous question about the details? July 1, 2027, it jumps to $60 an hour. So what, 2027, so what do we have? So it's probably a miscommunication there. Bob, I think we'll be able to come down a bit on that because,
I can't hear you.
hold on, I'm thinking, Bev, hold on. July 2026, yeah, July 1, 20. Yeah, it actually should be $58 for July 1, 2026. It's July 1, 2027 that goes up to $60 for the police details. So that was, I bet that was probably, where'd you get that from, me or the police chief?
He said that-
Eric Baker,
Oh, okay, they probably just read it wrong. So it's 58 for FY27. It's $60 for FY28, which is July 1, 27.
going once,
So
twice.
I was just gonna say, Mr. Ryan, so in the next version of this, will that get moved into Bob's regular budget as opposed to being under other?
Yes.
The MS4.
Needs to get it moved.
What are we talking about? We talking police?
EMS.
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, that's,
I was looking up police details when you guys were talking about
yeah,
that.
that's a recurring, that's a legislative, another one of our lovely unfunded mandates.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what happened in the last one or two TAs, but it shouldn't end up back in here. It needs to be in the budget.
Just name them.
Yeah.
No,
No,
no.
please.
So,
Go ahead.
I'm questioning the zero turn lawnmower. Didn't we approve the purchase of one last year on the floor?
Yeah, every year, again, this is what I was told to do. Every year, we try to replace one weed trimmer and a backpack blower. For rotation, because they have. The seasonal help, they use 5 or 6.
Do we need to replace that zero turn lawnmower that was just purchased last
Oh,
year?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about
No,
the, every year, well, again, back when Carter was here, just like a police cruiser, the hours they put on the mowers, he tried to get me on a program of rotating the mower every year. And either surplus the one that's going out or go to auction.
So can I mention something clarifying? So 5,700 is capital, right? Zero turn mower.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So that's actually not in the budget because so it's in his request, but it's not in my revenue and expense forecast because there's no free cash for it. Just so you guys know, so it's good, good questions. Feel free to ask them because there's stuff that he would.
just to purchase one for Parks and Rec, and then we also purchased one for the highway department. So I guess my concern there was, you received 2 last year, you're looking for another one this year, or what?
See, with Parks and Recs.
But you guys used it, right? That, I think I saw somebody trailering it over.
Well, we trailer all our stuff. The one for Parks and Recs usually stays at Yeoman,
Okay.
unless they ask us to move it to another location of theirs, because they don't have the proper trailer to transport.
And by the way, the only item on capital that is on the revenue expense forecast is the $95,000 small utility truck. So free cash I was able to use, pays for most of that.
One last question, for me. On the stand-on blower that you have listed in this, was never presented to capital. It was only presented to capital under buildings and grounds. And you have one in each right now? There was only one presented. I just looked this
It's
morning.
under the buildings and grounds.
Yeah, but it's on here too, under highway.
Oh, yeah, it
The
shouldn't
duplicate.
be. No,
Yeah,
not actually,
And the zero turn mower
yeah.
was
that-
also buildings and grounds,
Right.
but it was
that-
also for FY28, not FY27.
Those two should be on buildings and grounds.
They're in both places. But the other thing is, I realized the capital did a recommendation, the select board took it under advisement. But going forward, it would be just for transparency. I think it would be helpful to have a note that says where this was recommended from capital, or that the select board had already approved it. So that there's duplicates in here.
Yeah, so that was presented, all that was presented to capital, but this is our mistake. This on building.
Yeah. And then also the front end loader was also recommended for FY28. So.
That small utility truck, is that replacing a truck or is that an additional truck that you're looking for?
Which truck are you asking about?
The small utility truck?
That's replacing one that went to auction. Last auction we had.
And what did you get for the one that went to auction?
Oh, I don't remember if it was 1,500 or. I would have to look at my auction stuff, but total auction, I think, was a little over $40,000 between all the trucks.
And I'm assuming that those funds are gonna roll over towards the cost of this one?
No.
No, all revenue, unless it's broken out by a 50-something E, is general fund revenue.
Thank you.
Well, set on over.
What year is that small utility truck that you auctioned off?
We already took it off the inventory list.
Okay.
I don't know if it was 2003 or something. It was all rotted out on the. All right, moving along, jumping into buildings and grounds. Personnel account 5,100. Again, foreman and the full-time laborer. They're in negotiations. They're gonna be joining the union, so those rates are not decided at this time. So once we finish negotiations and the select boards approve the contracts, we'll know where we stand with that.
And again, there's a 26.4% increase from FY26 to now. Significantly above the 2.5%.
There's a custodian that went from part-time to full-time.
Oh, yeah. So that's part of that. Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
No, that's basically, I was
yeah.
just pointing
All right,
that out.
so that was out of the, I think there's 4 new positions being proposed. That's the one that I directly proposed, and for now, it makes sense to put it in Bob's budget. We had a 19.5-hour-a-week custodian who worked for us, and unfortunately, I should probably speak into this mic, who unfortunately had to leave our employ. Bob will correct me if I'm wrong, but the way those 19 and a half hours were split, they did the senior center twice because of the traffic. They did the library, DPW office, and town hall. So essentially 5 buildings, if you count it out that way with that 19 and a half hours. There's not one department or building that thinks that they couldn't use more custodial time. There's a lot of people in this building that would agree. You may have noted that I didn't say police. Police are currently, the officers and the chief are doing their own cleaning. So there's more than 40 hours a week of work to be done for a full-time custodian. So if the board does not, if that's not the wish of the board, we obviously will take it out. But we could add a lot more. We could add the police station more hours to all the buildings, which I think need them with a full-time person, and there's plenty of work to be done. Plus, you'd get a higher quality candidate if we could offer full-time employee with benefits. So that is one that I thought made sense because 19 and a half hours are already budgeted, and that person's gone now.
So if you had 2 of them and one of them sick, you can always have someone clean. With one of them, you're not always guaranteed they'll be there. Plus with one full-time, you have to pay benefits. If you pay 2 part-time ones, you get somebody always cleaning and you don't pay.
You could split the work between two
Yeah.
of them.
And with
I had someone bring that up to me too.
I used to clean, so.
vacation, it's the same thing.
Yes, you don't have,
Yeah.
you don't have to pay all the extra benefits.
Well, they also have coverage. If
Yeah.
they have 2 weeks worth of vacation and with one employee, you have no
somebody else.
coverage. So if you have this, you can split it. If you had 2 half part-times, and you won't
It's a
pay
lot less
benefits.
to use.
And
Well,
we just seen it right now where when we lost the custodian, the part-time one, we were lucky enough to have somebody on Parks and Rec that could, because they're seasonal, could come in here and pick up the slack. But so that's showing you 2 of them,
I agree.
that mentality.
That would-
Well, so, but I
We
think,
don't have that luxury when come the season of cutting the grass and stuff that person is doing right now. Only because the parks are not open right now, so that's the only blessing we have in the town right now. Is that we had availability of someone to come and do it, otherwise, yeah, cause it was looking kind of shabby for a bit until the person came in and started
And
cleaning.
that way, if they take up their Parks and Rec job, they could maybe take half of it. And somebody else could do the other half.
so keep in mind, if someone works 2 full-time jobs, they're gonna be benefited.
People around that use, like older people, not elderly, older, that could use a little extra work.
So
How
I
can you work off maybe?
So I completely understand the logic and you're not wrong, but the reason why I'm proposing this is because it is not easy. Ms. Graves used the word lucky. We were lucky that someone who was working part-time seasonal in another capacity wanted to also come clean here temporarily.
Try.
Well, no, we try all the time. I'm just saying, we try all the time with part-time positions and they're a rotating door more often because it's harder to keep part-time people because they are typically working multiple jobs. They typically need benefits. So it's very difficult to keep part-time people. So we've been lucky enough to have this one person doing 19 and a half hours a week, but they're not even covering all of the buildings. And, when that person went down, it quickly got dirty around here because it's always a little dirty because they only, like in town hall, it's only a couple hours a week that they spend a week. So, if that's the town's prerogative, no problem. But I wanted to, being that part of this money was already in there, it's less of an increase than other places. And we definitely have more than 40 hours of work for a custodian.
Well, it's a $7 an hour jump too, not just more hours, it's a $7 jump from what they were getting paid.
Yeah, we probably did that because paying $18 an hour in Massachusetts, again, isn't a lot of money. So we're trying to attract people to stay.
Have we tried contracting it out?
Way more expensive. We did that in Salisbury for a little while. Insanely expensive.
And the other thing I just want to point out
Mhm.
is that you compare the custodial rate of $25 an hour to some of the other hourly staff rates, and there's a significant amount of difference, and I don't feel like that's equitable to the folks that are already here.
Well, so that would be the maximum that I would pay. And it would depend if they have more than just cleaning experience. If they have actually experience doing some maintenance on buildings, I would be looking to, give them the max rate. But that's the maximum we would like to attract someone. But as you can see, it comes out to 52,000 a year. That's not a ton of money.
That's actually a fair rate, with a lot of towns. I do look at MMA a lot, comparing my equipment operators and laborers and stuff, rates, what they're at. And the custodian rate is, average is $27 to $32 an hour.
Right, but I'm also looking at some of, I'll say,
Mhm.
more of the office staff.
Mhm.
And those hourly rates are significantly lower than the $25.
So, Ms. Tuth, if you are proposing that we raise all of the rates for people, I'm 100% with you.
Well, what I'm proposing is
Hmm.
that as we go through and look at all of these, and when you bring in a new position, you want to make it full-time,
Hmm.
you need to look at the existing positions and have a plan,
Mhm.
is what I'm suggesting.
Okay, but
Because I just don't think it's right. Custodians are very important. They have a very, they have an important skill set,
Mm.
right? But you also have other people in town that have more, I'll say, day-to-day responsibilities, more financial responsibilities. They're getting paid significantly less.
Yeah, I'd go from a foreman to a custodian for $1 less an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
well, bear in mind, their contract's going to be settled. It's not in here yet, so they're
But
going to get it. They're
it's
going to
just
get an increase.
It's just like the person that, the person is currently, that job is currently be covered. Their job really is the seasonal, doing the lawns and cutting and maintaining the parks, right? And this is significantly a big, like she said, I mean, I'd go and do this instead of doing that, because
Well, to me, this is more valuable because this will include the police department.
I never got 25
Yeah.
bucks an hour cleaning anything, and I cleaned plenty of houses.
So I
Okay,
wouldn't give the
so-
25 bucks an hour. Again, so I'll repeat myself.
We can be here all day.
Yeah.
Well, but I got to point out the philosophy on this. When we replace or hire someone, we don't want to bring them in below because other people are below. It's a race to the bottom mentality. When we replace someone or bring someone new in, it's an opportunity to pay them a fair wage that makes sense. If we have other people who are low in town, that should be things that we are also looking at, and I have been. But again, not trying to blow up your budget. But if we decide to go with this, if the board decides that they would like a full-time custodian to take up, these missing responsibilities, this is the max that I'd be looking to pay them to attract someone competent, qualified.
Moving to a different portion of this. I want everybody to know, from a little bit of research that I have, this next line here, it says OT for flags, raises and lowers. There's no law in Massachusetts that requires this to take place. This is a voluntary issue. This is based on flag policy. This is not a law. So that is something that is extra that could be cut. Just
So
saying.
can I ask what you mean by that? Because, so when the governor says on a Saturday,
There's no law.
when so let me clarify. When the governor says on a Saturday, lower the flag, what are you suggesting we do?
If somebody feels so moved to come and do it, then have them do it. Other than that.
And if they don't?
There's no law.
There's no law.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, and this isn't, I wouldn't do this, but you're going to get a lot of people calling us and complaining and leaving nasty voicemails and calling all of you if you don't lower the flags. So if that is your,
I'm just saying, it's $3,000 that we could cut that is not mandated by law. So.
that is a huge political decision.
That's all it
And-
is.
And you guys are going to have to make
I'm
that.
fine.
Well, that.
But I'm going to tell you, hold on, wait.
There's a
There's more.
That we will
Make,
discuss at a.
right.
Well, I think they're
later.
just saying that we could, it could be a volunteer that does it, or like maybe even work off hours or something.
All right, so there's going to be more information.
Like Bennett mentioned before, your volunteer, who's gonna keep track of volunteers? One can't make it, the other one's out of town.
It's not required.
Okay, so hold on. So there's going to be information that's going to come out very shortly that's going to add more to this discussion. It has to do with union negotiations. So it's not ready to be disseminated yet, right? Right now I have a draft MOA that's gone to the lawyers. It needs to go to the union. But these two employees are going into the union, and this historically is employee work. So that creates a past practice issue. But pretty soon I'll have more information for you that will add to
You
this discussion.
eliminate the position, then there's no argument.
So you want to eliminate buildings and grounds?
No, that is lower.
No, it's not. That's overtime. That's not a position, it's overtime. So the building and grounds guys come in on weekends or at nighttime, depending on when the flags are ordered to be raised and lowered, and they get paid overtime for that.
Good discussion. We're moving on.
Any further questions? Anything on programs, anything? Up next, Bob.
Moving on to employee support. We did, comb through the, like I said, this yesterday. And then we, removed the miscellaneous of $500. Due to, the past where this was used for cell phones, which is paid out of the town hall IT budget, I believe.
Yep.
So we did remove it all.
Well, this is.
Thank you.
This is the same thing with the uniforms, 52 weeks, so it's a fee for cleaning. The uniforms.
Well, I'm sorry, Bob, this, we added this in because this is what is gonna be in the new negotiations. And if they do accept the negotiations and contracts approved, that's what it will be.
So it will be for cleaning
Yeah.
uniforms. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. And again, we have continuing education hydraulics endorsement.
Correct.
That's
One
every
and
2 years,
One.
right? But it's listed as two.
No, it's supposed to be one. Only the foreman is required to have those.
Yeah, but it is listed as two, so it's.
I think at one point it was two. When I first started.
That should be 150 rather than 300.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And what's the difference between the hydraulics endorsement and the three licensing and certification?
CDO.
No, that's not a CDL.
Okay.
So if you've got the license, is it different licensing and certification than what's in the hydraulics?
Um,
And why is it three?
And yeah, and then why is it for?
I would have to look into that.
Take it up.
Take a look at it.
Any more questions on employee support?
Seasonal shirts, that's not part of uniforms.
No, it's actually it's in the contract of the highway side and it's gonna be the same as buildings and grounds.
So what's the miscellaneous? Oh, what, you took the miscellaneous out, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
All set
All
on,
set. Moving into the purchase of services. This is pretty much the rates we're paying and what they're expected to be paid for next year. So we didn't increase anything, but we did add a couple of things. If you look down, well, on the police, I still haven't heard back from they have a sprinkler system and they have a fire alarm system. We're trying to get it all into my budget. And that being the same company for all the town buildings. Eric was supposed to talk to the chief. We did get an estimate of what it costs to switch over and monitor and testing gear. And I did put in, the sprinkler testing, added that and. And down on the senior center, we added the Ansel inspection for the stove hood for the new kitchen twice a year. And we added in cleaning of the 2 grease traps inside and outside.
Why are we not seeing emergency management in here for their vehicle littering?
They wanted to in this budget. That's under my highway supplies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know.
Two quick questions, Bob. I did some quick numbers on this and it looks like we're paying roughly $7,100 for the alarms, the alarm monitoring per year for the buildings.
Yeah.
Is that all under one contract or is that individually set up?
It's each building is individually set. We get billed for individual buildings, which is paid out of my budget.
Okay, I just thought that might be something that we could
No,
combine.
they can't combine, say, 5 buildings, at Templeton, one bill. It's gonna be broken down.
Is it all the same company?
I'm sorry.
Is it all the same company that?
Correct.
And is the pricing negotiated? I mean, you might have separate bills for the separate buildings, but is it one contract? That, so the way it's presented, right, is it looks like these are all separate contracts and separate bills, so.
Okay,
Is,
so each building, town building is separate. Again, American Alarm is state bid pricing. So,
So in other words, again, like we discussed earlier, the state did that work.
So they've already come.
they've already, okay, so it really is holistically one contract, it's just because they're separate buildings, we get separate.
building.
Okay.
And I just want to make a comment that, just so that the citizens know that this is just a, side note for something. When we use one-time monies to, let's say, implement, like in this case here, we built the kitchen with one-time monies. But that kitchen, through the CPA and with the funding that we use, has generated an unfunded cost of $1,400 a year for this, and I just want people to be aware of that. That these items that are done on one-time money generally have residual costs that are yearly that are not part of the package sold to the people. And it increases their cost across the board.
Good point.
Thank you.
So I did go back and look at your highway. And you do have lettering in there for $1,000, but then you also have cemetery department lettering. I don't understand, don't vehicles fall under? highway?
Cemetery is street signs and stuff like that, not a vehicle.
Okay. I just, doesn't really need clarification.
How often do you change the signs in a cemetery?
Well, depends how often they get vandalized. Right now, we have a lot of them.
Yeah.
And we are currently working on it with the cemetery commissioners.
Everyone all set with purchase services, building grounds?
Moving into buildings and ground supplies. Again, this is, hasn't changed much, but for the increase possible oil, propane. And the other thing we did, requested and talked with Parks and Recs, we removed the playground resurfacing of $3,000 in their budget.
Hello, Bob. Again, couple questions. Here we have $800, $600, and $1,500 for soldiers and sailors, flags and holders, firefighter flags and holders, memorial veterans flags and holders, those aren't anything that we can buy that is more than a one-time use.
Well, the metal ones are very expensive. We get a few metal ones, but most of them are plastic.
Why aren't they under the cemetery?
Or PSL.
This is
They should be under the
the
cemetery.
cemetery. It's really not its own department. It's incorporated with the buildings and ground. This was all consolidated when I first started. They put everything together. This is the way it's been in this budget since I started.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if
No,
we,
that's what I was.
you know, rather than replace them every year, if we can, you know, not replace them all, replace the ones that are needed. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
Another question that I have on this is, oil heat for Scout Hall and oil heat for the emergency management. Emergency management is almost double what it is for Scout Hall, and they're virtually the same size buildings.
Yeah, right. The emergency management is a much older and looser building. It's not as airtight, insulated, and
What are we heating? Were we heating the actual garage?
upstairs in the garage, yeah.
And who's staying upstairs?
I'm sorry,
Do we have personnel that actually?
there's offices up there. In a bathroom.
But that's not a really old building. I mean, they use that for offices for years. Why don't we
Okay.
insulate it then?
Well, there's been proposed studies and, looking to redo that, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
$3 million.
And what company were you using to supply the oil?
Currently, we're using, Fraticelli Oil, who won the bidding price.
One last question here, Bob. Do you have any idea why senior center and the police station for propane are the same cost? It just seems,
Well, the senior center is probably gonna be bumped up due to the future kitchen opening, so there should start seeing a difference once that's in use.
it just seems, I mean, the senior center seems so much bigger than the police station.
Oh, it is.
And, you know, the police station's brand new, so it should be cheaper, you know,
Been pretty neck to neck.
yeah, it just.
I mean, I'm not a heating expert, but the police station's 24/7, whereas, you know, the senior center closes down, so I'd imagine.
Yeah,
Senior center might be bigger, but
It
I
does,
imagine
yeah.
it lowering the heat, shutting off, whatever. When, you know, it's closed.
And on these other things, back to the flags and the holders. I'm really questioning why this isn't in the VSO. I mean, it sounds like historically it's just been here. Why that isn't in the VSO budget, and how much are there funds or grants or something available that the VSO could apply to be able to lower these costs?
Right, no, I agree in a way. Like you said, this has historically been in this budget since I started. I will say the flags, we purchased in the Veterans Office, sends in for reimbursement. We pay the original invoice and then we give it to her and she gets, reimbursed.
The same old story. Things aren't done right in the beginning and no one ever fixes it. It just stays the same because it's always been that way. That's one of the biggest weaknesses of our town. There are so many things that need to be straightened out. It would take an army, but you gotta start somewhere. It wouldn't be that difficult next year's budget or the year after. Somebody's gonna sit down and say, all right, we're gonna take this out of here, give it to you where it makes more sense, instead of you playing games all the time. It takes time.
I'm not sure that, I mean, I don't know the history of this. There could be a reason. One of the reasons could be, and I wasn't here, but the VSO is only a part-time person in town, and when she's working, most of the time she's out helping veterans and driving around and doing the things that she does. So DPW has staff and they handle buildings and grounds, so that could be the reason why it's here. It makes sense either way.
It's cemetery department. That's where most of these things go.
Well, there's no cemetery department. There's highway, buildings and grounds. Sewer is a separate department, but
Another one of those things.
Okay, all right, it just seems like a strange place for it. But, okay.
And then moving on, the 5,600 account. This is pretty cut and dry. There's no cutting in this budget. This is almost to the exact dollar. With that being said, after we did a budget and passed it in to Mr. Ryan, after the fact, I was notified by the sewer department that the sewer department, there was an increase. I personally spoke to Mr. Aldrich. He was gonna present to the commissioners to see if they would accept us, keeping us at the rate we were at this fiscal year. I don't know if they reached out to Mr. Ryan or if they had a meeting as of yet. But that's the only thing that I know that would change or stay the same.
So you said the sewer department's gonna have an increase?
Yes,
How much?
4%.
4%, okay.
I don't think I don't think it's been voted yet though, right, Bob?
I don't know.
I-
I don't think.
I'm pretty sure it's not. I think Jeff would have mentioned something to me, Jeff Aldrich. So I don't know what they're gonna vote, what the number's gonna be, but from what I understand, they're gonna talk about a rate increase.
Well, we got a couple of questions here. One, let's just say, emergency management building, we got $198 for electric 12 months a year. And it seems excessively high, that's about the same as I pay in my house.
Well, they did, I believe, do we have we just got from the electricity,
You talk about the documentation from John Driscoll?
yeah,
Yeah, I think that's in here. I think it's at the back of this. Mr. Szocik submitted an email from Mr. Driscoll telling us what the rates are gonna be.
Yeah, but just $198 for a building that's, not regularly used. Seems a bit high. The other thing I just wanted to mention.
I'm sorry,
And
it's in
this is
front.
for Mr. Ryan, is that relation to the ACO, that the dog pound, we're spending $77,080 for electricity on that per year. So that's, into those fees we were talking
Yep.
about the other day that we're paying. I just
Yep.
wanted to.
Yeah,
that.
In a spreadsheet that I've created that I'm working with, when you did town manager on, I ended up just going with your number. It was about $7,000 I
Yeah.
put to that. So that's what we're looking at.
And the last question I had was $175 for Gilman Way. Concession stand, and it's 12 months of the year. The concession stand isn't even open 12 months of the year, and I don't know how we're paying $175 for a closed building.
well, I believe some of the refrigeration is still running through the winter.
$175.
Why would you have, why would you win that? With your brain dead.
Yeah, you usually open them up and disconnect them. That's what we do. I'm just, just saying, it just seems like,
I know in the past,
price.
they were always emptied out and unplugged for the winter.
Yeah.
but They do have where they're more product and
I mean, it's
stuff going on.
jet, isn't it?
yeah, but it's a lot.
Jet.
I mean, I just,
Is it?
and there are separate things for the storage and for lighting. So this is just for the concession stand, and it just seems, 6 months high.
These are averages of what they pay each month.
Yeah.
So it could vary.
And do we
Mhm.
have a different situation? Because I thought the sewer rate was based on water usage.
No.
No.
The sewer bills, yes, the sewer department is based off the water bill at a percentage, but it's not total gallons. They each have their own software billing program. So yes, the sewer department does get the information from the water department through their billing.
Because if you look,
Mhm.
we have a well and private septic. So correct me where I don't understand. So I'm looking through things, right? The cemetery garage has a water of 1,200, sewer of 699. But then you look at Scout Hall has a water of 700 and sewer of 699. And then you go down to, let's say, and I mean, I can go on, but emergency management, water, 648, sewer, 699. I don't understand.
So highway has 600 and water's 174.
So the
when-
sewer is charging me the bare minimum, I reached out to them last year. And the commissioners did agree to charge us for the town-owned buildings, the minimum rate.
So whether you use it or not, they're charging.
Right.
I see the bandstands over here that we pay for that, but yet we don't have a key to turn the lights on and off to the bandstand. That overhead light is like locked in the box.
Yeah, I don't have a key for that.
Yeah, it's fire,
And
the fire, please, nobody down there has a key.
We,
For the bandstand, the town doesn't have a key to the,
I think
to turn the
that,
lights on to the bandstand. That
that
can be
needs to
corrected.
get corrected.
Yeah, it does.
yeah, because
It's-
I'm looking at the overall intergovernmental, and it's an increase of 19.76% from FY26 to FY27.
yeah, so the streetlights increase that is up on our control over.
But a 20% increase, I think is, maybe I'm just being naive or stupid or something, but almost 20% increase when we have a 2.5.
The library's open, what, 2 or 3 days a week? For a few hours,
So Ms. Toth,
days a week.
if you would like some sort of documentation from Bob, I mean, ask him. We need to justify it. I mean, Bob, we'll give you
So
what you.
on this budget, every budget season, we reach out to water, sewer and electric. And ask them if there's gonna be rate increase. We have no control over that. My opinion, I don't think any of the Templeton buildings should be charged electric, water or sewer.
Actually thinking that. No, I just.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I guess years and years ago, that's how it used to be. So if we didn't have any of these, you'd be saving over $100,000 just in that budget.
Yeah, it's 104,000.
That's just my opinion.
No, I agree with
I
you.
agree with you.
So to the select board,
They have their own commissioners, but remember, we charge them for
Yeah, but-
health insurance and other things like that. So,
You're getting a service.
and we get water and light and stuff. I'm just saying, like,
I'm thinking there's some negotiation room in here. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but
some towns, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not saying it's not my town, so. But some towns, the select board, they are the sewer commissioners, they are the water commissioners. You can even make them the light commissioners through a special act. So just throwing that out there.
I'm just trying to compare how we ended up with a significantly higher starting point in the FY27 budget. And so that's why I'm looking at these at this point going, okay, where are the differences? Why?
I
And
can
this
tell
is,
you why,
um,
because they were told to increase their budget years ago, a little at a time, and they didn't do it. So now they have to, so everybody's gonna pay more.
I'm just saying 19% is a bit much.
Well, and they're playing Santa Claus for some of the.
Yeah. Thank you.
We good on the
Good as gold, sweetie.
okay, the last one is building and grounds other.
He vanished. No.
We did it, we scared up.
He went gone. Like that.
Did I just hear the car start?
Have you driven in the parking lot here at Town Hall?
No one's getting away quick.
Mr. Ryan, I don't know what instructions you may have given, the department heads considering the capital improvements recommendations versus what's in the budget. Can you provide any visibility as to what they were given? Because I see FY28 recommendations that were made for FY28 showing up in the potential FY27 spent.
Well, it's a request, but yeah, well, so his capital is, keep forgetting to talk into this, his capital is presented in here, but it's not in the expenses and revenue outlined, except for the $95,000 truck. Because without having, I mean, I knew without capital, there would be a deficit of some kind just starting out. So with only having 83,000 or some odd dollars in free cash, there was no point in me saying, submit that capital. So I think I told them to leave it because it's part of the template, and I wasn't trying to fundamentally change the templates this year. But it's not, none of this is being included in your budget except for a police cruiser, one truck for Bob. Depending how you think of it, the valuation money for the Board of Assessors, if you consider that capital. And that might be about it. So none of that appears in your,
So I just want to say something. You keep on saying the one truck for Bob with the little bit of capital money you're gonna have. But that's systematically, that you're making that recommendation, it's a truck. But the windows in this building and the doghouse and the big liability would be the bulletproof glass for the school. Those three, I mean, just during the coldest day of the year, just being in this building, you could feel the heat just like up going out the window. So those three things,
Froze down.
right, and you're saying a truck, but at the end of the day, is the truck, I'm just not understanding, is the truck like something that's a done deal, or can it be switched up? Because the windows in this building and the doghouse and the giant liability of not fixing the bulletproof glass issue at the school, I'm just saying, something to think about when it gets to that point in doing the budget. You gotta kind of think about these things, because that safety mechanism with the school, with the glass, it really needs to find some, and this with the mold and the thing that the doghouse, what they're calling the doghouse, that shed thing, can affect this building, and then the windows alone in this building. We're seeing tons of portable heaters being brought in here, so people don't, and so that's an extra cost that we're heating the outside world, and we're upping our electric bill with portable heaters because this is a not adequate window situation in this building. But you keep on saying there's going to be a truck, possibly with the capital money.
Do we have already? Does
Yeah.
anyone know?
So
so
nothing is a done deal.
Right.
Because this is a preliminary budget presentation. So that will come at a future meeting
Okay.
when you have final budget approval.
Okay.
So.
but part of the question is, why am I proposing this as opposed to other things?
Right.
So the amount of free cash that I was allowed to use per the select board's voted policy is 83,951. I think it's 15% of whatever was certified. So it's 83,951. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but some of the projects that were listed are much more expensive than that. One of the closest items to that dollar amount was Bob's $95,000 truck. And if we get too behind on anything, whether it's eventually doing this parking lot out here, which is a maze of potholes, or replacing town vehicles, or town computers or whatever, the backload's going to get worse, and our ability to function is going to get worse. So one of the reasons I chose it was one of the closest single items to the amount I was allowed to use.
But you have $10,000 for the repair of the shed doghouse. You have about, was it 7 or 8 for the glass for the school? You got $48,000 to pave the parking lot. You got about $20,000 to replace the windows, and that starts to add up, and you can get to those numbers.
Is a deal. It'll save us twice as much.
Right.
Just the neat lot.
I don't know, that's true.
And a truck is not a guaranteed thing.
Yeah, okay.
And the amount
got
of
it.
free cash is not what the limit is for capital. It's the reason we have a capital stabilization
Yeah.
fund. And it has not been funded properly to keep up with the things we need. But that is nothing we can solve this today. So
Yeah, we need to move along because we're about a half an hour. We'll-
Months ago.
No, I'm thinking of the people that have been late.
Oh, yeah, Dickie.
so every good.
Yeah, I just wanted to point it out. that's
So
all.
moving into the snow and ice budget. This year, we budgeted 167,500. That's the total of all the different budget categories. 2 or 3 years ago, we were up to about 174. Last couple of years, we're going backwards. So, I'd like to try to move forward. I remember many years ago, I was told we should increase this a little bit each year, but we're decreasing, not increasing. So I'm recommending if you want to look through the different budget for 173,000, which is a difference of 5,500.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your contractors? You have contracted file guys.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about them?
FY26 had contract plow operators at 75,000, and it's now 30,000.
Yeah, again, like, if this is probably 2.5 winters that we're not used to. I mean, you don't know what the winters are gonna bring. And to me, none of this snow and ice budget, you're not gonna stay according to what's presented, because we're always over. If I presented what the actual would be, it'd be closer to 225, 300,000.
Right.
But we can't go over a cap, because then we won't be able to go into deficit.
It's more a question of, I think I'm following you, but why did you actually take 45,000, made the contract plow operators $45,000 less than last year? I would expect you would have left it about the same unless you're changing the strategy and how you want to deal with the snow plowing.
No, it's not so much changing, it's coming up with an increased number overall. Any of these numbers can, again, we carry a spreadsheet of what each services, subcontractors, supplies, whatever. After that, 173 or 167.5, if there's the supply goes to zero like that. Is it even what I'm asking for is not just the cover supplies?
Yeah,
So we may have to take from personnel or services until we zero this budget up before we go into deficit. And then we kind of reset it for what we asked for deficit and carry the deficit number.
Do you think that would be more, so I have a couple of questions in regards, so are we subcontracting, how many subcontractors do we have? Okay, and have those gone out to bid?
No, each year they do an application process. And based off the state pricing, not to the exact dollar, it's usually a couple dollars less than what the state pays. It goes by GVW. And what you have for equipment. Now, if you have a 11-foot blade, a wing, a sander, calcium tank, whatever, the more you have, the more you make.
Do you think that it would be more effective for us to subcontract all of our plowing out, opposed to paying the overtime?
Oh.
I would. Summary cost, but I'm
Oh.
just guessing from past experience.
I'm just walking in, but that is, that's union work. You can't take it away from them.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
No, it's okay. It's a smart question.
Yeah, it's in the contract, and just to answer you, I think you're gonna be paying a lot more because the rates are gonna do.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that snow and ice?
So if I understand you, Bob, basically what you did is you went through in the snow and ice budget, you took what we generally allow in the budget, I think it was 167 last year, something like that we allowed in the budget. This year you have what, 173 or something in here. Which isn't including what we normally put in, because I think last year we put in $190,000 in deficit on top of that, so you know, we're really looking at like $350,000 here that we're budgeting $173,000 for. So it's.
Stab it at that.
Right, it's a stab in the dark and, you know, all we gotta make sure of, if I'm not mistaken, is that we need to keep the snow and ice budget at whatever last year's number was, plus.
The easy way to do it is to each year to fund snow and ice at the same level as the previous year or more. You can fund it less, and Templeton has did it. The caveat is, if you don't have the cash to pay that before the fiscal year, when you get to your tax recap sheet, it will affect your free cash, and the DOR will just put that on the tax recap sheet. They'll build it into the tax rate to cover that. They portion that. That's the caveat. You can budget whatever you want for snow and ice. There's just a couple of catches that if you don't have the money to pay that before the end of fiscal, then the DOR takes care of it for you.
Good point, Jeffrey. Most
you.
people don't understand that.
That's the only budget that they can do that.
Figure that works.
Thank you,
Any
Jeff.
further questions for Bob?
No, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Bye.
patience.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Michelle.
And I would like to say thank you very much, Bob, for all your hard work. Really appreciate it.
you.
And your
Nice
patient.
job for you, so I'm gonna meet you outside.
Yeah, I might have lost the cleaning.
Richie,
I'm gonna nail you for a minute.
Now it's 9:20 and it's time for the fire department.
For all those out there that were running behind.
No lunch, kids.
Just 7 years. This time it gets longer and then in the afternoon we catch up.
They're watching us on other departments anyway, so they plan it accordingly.
No, this is the.
I think it's only 10 after 9 if you guys want to take a break or something for 5 minutes. I'm only here for a short time. You guys are here all day. I have all the respect for you guys giving up your entire day for a nice one.
Moving up, period. I mean.
So I don't know how to go through this too, prior.
Yeah, that too. Good morning.
Morning.
So starting with personnel, fire department personnel budget. If you have any questions, it's the same way as past TAs that had me build out the budget. Under the last TA, he had when we started taking more out of the ambulance account for this, he had me build it out to a 50-50 on the base salary on firefighters. So that's how it's built out. And down the very bottom, not built into any of the line items, is one additional full-time person that the town administrator had requested we build into the budget. That money there is their base salary plus any time needed to pay out to cover any PTO time they would have for that one line item.
But it's not really a question for you, chief, but it is a question. James is, I'm pretty sure the salary for the chief, compared to last year is up $34,000. Could you explain?
I think we have a placeholder because he is negotiating, we're gonna bring you a contract for him. So I think that was a placeholder, and
All right, and.
so that'll have to be
the question
adjusted.
I have is, under the deputy chief, you have a salary of 14,350 for 52.2 weeks of the year with no hours. What's it?
That is the way back when Carter was here, had me do it, and it was never changed on. He just said to put a salary on him. It's not a hourly rate. Carter had me do a annual salary for him.
I can see the no hourly rate, but any hours per week?
He-
Coverage? You know,
He does office hours for me, it's not a standard hours, it's varies week to week, and he responds on emergency calls and all the trainings and meetings and so forth, so.
Okay.
So it kind of sounds like you have a part-time employee with a flex schedule. Also on demand at times.
That was basically it for me. Matt?
My set of questions. So I noticed that there was a definite split in previous years, or at least I didn't see where it showed up. It looks like you have a new ambulance set of accounts. Or did I miss something? Because I went looking through.
In the same way for a few years now.
Okay, because I'm not seeing, because when I looked at the ledger up to from July 1st to January 31st, I didn't see any of the accounts. Maybe I just missed them.
They're in there.
They're in there. Okay. All right.
Were we talking about the ambulance budget?
Yeah, well, so what I did was I was looking at the fire budget. There's a bunch of things that have moved around. There's a bunch of costs that have changed. The hourly rates have changed. Some things have gone up by over 26% on an hourly basis. There's one that's 55% increase for the vacation coverage. And there's 21% increase for sick leave coverage. And at first I thought things were missing, and then I realized, oh, there's another ambulance section in the budget book, right? But when I went and looked, because I couldn't remember seeing a separate ambulance section in the expenses. So I went and looked and I couldn't find them in here. So it must be I'm just missing a page or something. But
Missing a page in like this?
well, I'm missing a page someplace, or I'm just blind. Maybe it's
You
just,
mean in like the budget versus actuals? and so
Yeah,
forth?
yeah, it's not in the budget.
It's usually towards the rear of them,
Oh, okay.
because it's
That's
not,
very
it's not a taxation item, so, because it comes out of our ambulance receipts, so it's further back in the.
All right, thank you. That explained why I couldn't find it. Okay.
Not crazy.
Well, no, just blind. Okay. Um, No, I'm not done. So some of the things that I noticed was that you went from, in last year's budget, firefighter, paramedic to firefighter, paramedic, LT. You dropped the lieutenants from part of your budget. Is there a change in how you're handling the personnel?
So we have not done any of the promotions yet. We're in the process of redoing our policies for promotions. So looking at my person, for next year's budget, the way I see promotions shaking out, will be full-time person, people, not call people. So that's where I'm budgeting for the people that I envision becoming lieutenants. I'm budgeting for that number. The open positions that you see nothing of for lieutenants, for the call people, because I don't believe those will be filled. There are 4 lieutenant positions available, but I feel that in next year's budget, they're gonna come on the full-time side of things.
Okay, so if it's down here.
You're gonna replace the lieutenants with a full-time fire paramedic?
They're not new people, the people
No,
are.
no, I see.
Right, but, so right now, I only have 2 lieutenants right now. One of them is full-time, one of them is on call. I have 2 open positions. The way I feel, looking at all of my people's, skill sets, education and so forth, I feel that my 2 open lieutenant positions will be filled by full-time people.
All right. So I assume with these changes that when you go through and you do your new whatever it's called, the organizational chart, right?
Mhm.
Because it shows positions, but it doesn't show the call versus, full-time staff. right? And then the mix between that is changing and in another section, I got questions about how you're handling the training for the call versus full-time. What struck me very strongly is there is a definite preference from a pay, training, etc., for those that are union full-time versus call. And I'm concerned about that it's not equitable between the different types of personnel that you have.
There is not a difference. People get paid for their training.
Because, all right, because you're going from $17.50 an hour call per hour for a call resource for your lieutenants from last year, $17.50, and you're going to $26.97 and $26. Well, so it was $26.90 to $34, right? And it just seemed, I mean, it seems like a preference.
So,
It's an hourly.
okay, so
right,
the
Chief?
union, full-time or in a union, they are under contract for what their salaries are. The on-call people are not a union. Their salaries are set in past years. I have never been allowed, by the town administrator to increase. I would be told that it was gonna take care of when they would go to I believe it was usually during the fall town meeting, they would try to get salary increases for the town. And I would talk with them and say, don't forget, my on-call people need salaries increases. Only 1 year did money get put aside for on-call salary.
Okay.
So I try to increase their salaries every year. My on-call people are drastically behind time in pay.
Okay. So to Mr., thank you. To Mr. Ryan,
Mhm.
I see that as a huge, just, I realize that would probably increase the budget or do something to the budget.
Mhm.
But having two different people doing the same job with the same training requirements, being paid two separate things, I think is a risk to the town.
In what way?
Um,
They're getting the same training, it's just different hourlies.
it comes down to pay equity. It's equity of pay.
So unfortunately, that's just not how it works when you have collective bargaining agreements. They're they're in their second year of the contract now. So, a year and a half ago, whatever it was, or 2 years ago, when they settled this contract, long before I came here, there was a large increase given to the union personnel. So I think it was, well, I forget what it was. I think it was in the teens, the increase, and then I think it's 4% and 3%. And so, full-time firefighters are often called professional firefighters because they do this for a living full-time, but they're also under contract. There's little I can do. It's negotiations aren't just, hey, these call guys are getting paid less than you. The goal would be to raise the call hourlies.
And that's what I'm suggesting is that whatever the full-time whatever the contract is for the union
Mhm.
resources, from an hourly standpoint, our call resources should be paid the same thing. And to call this, to say that the union firefighters are professional and the call aren't, is insulting, quite frankly. So,
It's just nomenclature in the,
whether it is or not, it's insulting. And I don't think it's fair to the call firefighters. You want these people to show up, right? And to be available. And you need to pay them the same kind of rates that you're paying you. Thank you.
I don't disagree. Happy to increase it if the
Said
board.
we had discussion about the custodians number compared to what they are, and they're not even close to what the unions are. I mean, for what the job is, it's shocking to me.
They have the same training requirements. They have the same certification requirements. We should be,
Full-time.
yeah, we should be paying them the same thing.
I don't disagree.
So I need that, I think that should be reflected in the budget.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Dave. Just looking at your budget as a whole, can you tell us how many grants you've applied for? Because I see that there are all kinds of different grants. There are employee grants, there are equipment grants. Just so we have an idea And we could take that into consideration when looking at this.
So for grants, there is a state grant that comes out every year, firefighter safety equipment grant.
Yeah.
We put in for that every year, and we typically do get that one every year. There is a safe grant for going into the schools and for going into the senior center and into seniors' homes and stuff. We put in for that every year. And we typically get that. There is a safer grant, a national grant for personnel. And in the past, I was not allowed to put in for that.
Right.
Because back in the days of Mr. Terenzini here, he told me he would not be able to get me a letter of recommendation and support from the select board at that time. And the grants were done slightly different then too, where you had to guarantee employment afterwards. So for those grants, the federal government would pay for the firefighters full time, staggering from 100% down for the few years, and then it was up to the town. And it was him that told me that the town would not be able to fund those firefighters afterwards.
So just because that was told in the past. not
Yeah,
to do it-
yep. Since then, there's also another national firefighters grant, but I've never been able to get into the portals for these grants. Every time, when I first became chief, the grants were done differently, and I tried for equipment in these grants and did not get them. They're very competitive grants. The portal changed. We've gone through 2 TAs, multiple accountants and treasurers, and every time I work with any of them, nobody knew who could authorize me to get in. I was never able to get into these portals to go after these major grants. I have since talked with the new TA, and I am trying to work with FEMA when they're in office and not out of not working, to regain access to all those portals. And that would then put me back into the ability to go after the safer grant for personnel, to go after the major grants for equipment, as in like fire trucks and things like that.
So you are gonna go after these grants for personnel.
Every intention of not.
Because have citizens recently approached you in regards to a citizen petition to fund 2 more firefighters?
I have heard about this.
Yeah, okay, so you heard about it.
I've heard.
And did you make them aware that there were grants available that you were going after?
I was made aware of that citizens petition after they already put it in. No one asked anything.
So you were made aware of that within the last 24 hours?
Like, yeah, about 24 hours ago, 36 hours ago. So,
Thank you.
and that was actually not even anything officially. I was told by somebody third hand that it happened.
Okay.
So.
Just a quick comment on grants for personnel. If you look for a neighbor to the north in Washington, and this has happened in Templeton, with police officers, you get a grant, you fund the person, the grant runs out, the person goes away. They lost a firefighter in Washington, I believe, because they went down this hole. From my perspective, grants should only be used for physical stuff, things that you're going to buy, fire engines, things like that. For personnel,
Doesn't work.
you need to fund it, because if you plan on the grant, you're gonna have to get that grant every 2 years or the time frame. And if you don't get it, the funding goes away and you lose the person.
I don't think it's worth looking
Then you
into.
just bounce
It
back.
is definitely
Opposed to
it is
really
definitely
looking at it.
worth
Yeah.
looking into. I agree 100%. I keep my eyes open for grants at any time. Town administrators just helped me. He found a grant program, but it's like an earmark. And just yesterday, I put in for an earmark, hoping to secure us a new ladder truck. I was trying to do money for a fire station for that grant because of the need. But after talking to a congressman's aide in the office, we don't qualify for an earmark for that because we haven't started the process yet. They don't give funding for the development stages of something like that. If we already had a plan and we were trying to move forward, building a fire station, they could look at helping us with that earmark type thing and talking with the aide. So if that's not something we can look at, so what about a large purchase like a fire truck? And he said, yes, he said, that's your best bet, it's your best shot at doing something, the fire truck. And when we bought our engine 3 back in 2019, we paid $450,000 roughly for it. That bought the truck and equipment. That same truck alone today is over $800,000. Our ladder truck, 75-foot ladder truck, is not big enough to get to 80% of the people's roofs where we need to get to in town. Our elementary school, we can get to 1 point on that roof and 1 point only. A replacement of that truck with a 100-foot ladder that can fit in my station, because the
That's
trucks
what
are
I said.
typically bigger. Working with somebody to make a truck that actually fits in that station. We are looking, if I were to buy it right now, if it was available for me to purchase right now, is roughly 2.2 million. Putting money aside for chassis increases and price increases, because it happens so much every year. I requested a grant of $2.5 million.
So-
In the future, can you notate on their budget, like what particular grants they're applying for and
So,
the dollar amount?
so hold on, let me clarify that, because it's almost like he sort of dropped a metaphorical bomb there.
Sorry.
And I would be surprised if Mr. May has a lot of questions. So we received an email, well, Jill's received it from the congressman's office. This was on Wednesday, I think we received it. The grant was due Friday. So normally, if we were going to apply for something like that, we would have a conversation with the board, but it was due Friday. I said, let's just throw it in, because even if, by some miracle, we actually get a federal earmark, I think that's a good thing. And so it was just an opportunity. So if I said, Chief, do you got time? He said, I'll try and do it. And he managed to get it in. So kudos to him. But obviously, I think it's a long shot. And if for some reason we get the grant and we decide we don't need it, we can turn it down. But we had 2 days to make a decision. So we just threw in a grant, threw an application.
Just a point, not a question,
Mhm.
the point I want to make, because the chief brought it up, is that we did, in the last meeting, we requested that,
Just call me James.
yeah, sorry.
Okay.
But, James, we requested him to speak to, Durant, our state rep, and look into earmarks for the public safety building, basically, in town, so.
Maybe we should find out what we need to do to get the process going, get a group together to figure out how we proceed to get something started, because we desperately need it. I live way out, you've never been there, way out on the end of South Road. My house is on fire, he's gonna save the cellar hole by the time he gets there.
Well, the same with mine.
Same with Bob. Anybody that lives on the outskirts, it
Mhm.
depends on where the truck is.
Don't worry, Bev, I'll come save you.
Oh, yeah, well, you get lost, honey. Bob about fly halfway up the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just where the truck is, it's where the personnel are with only 2 people.
Two.
I could park a truck in your driveway, but if my personnel are in,
Yeah.
let's see, we've been to Worcester twice in the last couple of days and to Boston.
About that
I've
one,
had
too.
more time with no personnel in my office than with them in the past couple of days.
Also, please correct me, if I'm wrong, but if you do not hire 2 full-time firefighters, you'll lose some sort of funding. Is that true?
That I know of,
No.
not that I've heard.
So anyway, that's something we should work on.
Well, you
I'd like to see a public safety building.
Well, so we would need money for a feasibility study to start, because we need to know we need to figure out what we want to build and where we can build it. And so that takes usually a considerable amount of money just to do that.
Yeah, that.
Chief Dickie presented $80,000.
I've requested a feasibility study twice out of the past 4 years or so.
We'll can't ignore it anymore.
And it's
Too
got
dangerous.
shot down at Capitol each time, so.
He did present to capital though.
And I do understand, because I'm asking for a study that is going to probably generate millions in dollars of debt for the town, where people are asking for items that they know they need right away, just to keep us afloat. But
In the long,
it's-
term,
it-
everybody will benefit. Well, you can get rid of all that crap in Baldwinville, these buildings that are costing us a fortune,
Okay,
whatever.
just one quick note.
Rolling
regarding
right along.
grants. There is a state law, Massachusetts general law. Now I'm not gonna go there because I can't. But any town employee, anyone in the town can apply for a grant. And if the grant comes in, the grant funding is supposed to be in a separate account overseen by the treasurer. And can be used without any further appropriation as long as it covers the intent of the grant money. So asking for the grant and not come before the board is, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
It's allowed by state.
no,
And
you
we
know-
should encourage that.
Well-
The only thing that we really would need to hear, the board, is if there's a match.
Right.
Like the town has to come up with a grand, 200 grand, that's when we need to know. If we set that grant, where we're gonna get the matching money, but if there's no match required. Go get them. Really, I mean, there's
Please.
point
Yeah.
We
bringing it
should,
to the board and waiting, just go for the grants.
and I would be on the phone to the state representative. I'd drive up one wall and down. the
So
other.
any further questions on?
Oh, just a comment to the chief. Thank you for the legwork and the information. Thanks for the update. And yeah, I know the industry. I know where the price points are and the build times, and it's no surprise hearing the numbers. I know they sound scary, but even those are bargain basement prices for apparatus today.
And the build time in that truck is 1,100 days, 3 years.
Yeah, yeah.
We all set to personnel?
Yeah.
Okay.
The employee support, any questions?
Yeah. First, could I, and I know this, something for future, if I could, on the first 4 items listed, could I get the, actuals over the last 3 years on that? What we've actually incurred for costs?
A lot of fires.
The new employee physicals, you have 10. What is our average yearly turnover?
It's not that it's turnover, it's trying to get call personnel hired as well. So we go through, that 10 I'm going through
Okay.
usually.
Well, and the testing, the 30 SCBA masks, the testing now, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that those masks are mandated by the seats available in the vehicles. Pretty much, that, you know, you have X amount of, you know, each engine has to have so many, each, you know, unit has to have so many.
Yes, but that testing is to fit that mask to the employee, not to put it on. So all our firefighters have to be fit tested so they get the correct size mask. That's what that's for.
So each full-time firefighter and on-call firefighter throughout has their individual mask that they have.
At this point in time, yes, they do, but even if they did not have their individual mask, they have to be fit tested, so we have the proper size masks on the trucks.
Okay, and once we have those, do we do that every year?
Fit test every year. People's facial features change.
Jeez.
People get fat, Bob.
Yeah, but that takes up the space, the whole.
You're on my list.
You said it earlier.
I put him on my list. The 2 more questions, Chief. Conferences and training, who's that for?
That's for myself, my deputy chief, for other individuals in the department that want to go, firefighters, call firefighters.
Okay, because I know before in the past it was listed as a chief conference and.
So then, so like the one big one that I go to every year in Worcester, it's called the Chiefs Conference. It's put on by FCAM, but that is for any individual that wanted to go.
Okay. And we have gear, let's just say the turnout gear, I'm crossing right the heck off because, you know, still have like $12,000 in the special articles for turnout gear. Is that you just purchased turnout gear?
It is, and
That'll-
so that 12,000 will probably get me two more sets, 3 more sets.
Yeah, about 3 more sets. You got 3 for
Correct.
10.5.
And by keeping that money in there, it allows me, not everyone that comes in is the same size. Gear has to be fitted for the person. So I do have gear available if the right person comes in, that I can put somebody right in. I don't even have to buy them gear. I've been lucky the past few years that I've had that happen. But when I don't have that happen, I need to be able to purchase them gear or I can't. So if I go through the 3 more sets that are in the special article, then I have nothing available again. And I can't put any people on because I won't have anything to put them in.
Right, and if I'm not mistaken, and I believe that the reason that it was put in the special articles is because every year there were 10 put on the list and we weren't utilizing those. So the idea was to put them in the special articles, so the money would always be there and then would replace the special article money. That's just the way,
So, and it's still something
I'm both.
so it's still something I'm a little bit unclear with. So, I put it in my operating budget years ago because that's where Carter told me to put it. Right? Because it is a reoccurring cost per individual. So when I buy a set of gear, that's right now probably around $3,000 or so per person. So I'm not breaking that $10,000 cap until I start hitting multiple people. Correct. And that was the discussion back when it moved to capital. So then when we moved it to capital, because I was asking for 10 sets, it was over the $10,000 stuff. So at that time, it got, instead of just being put into a regular budget, even though it was capital, it got put into a special article, so it sat there. With the little bit I have left in that now, and with the 3 I've asked for, that should cover me for next year.
Dickie, how much turnover do you have?
It's not all about turnover. It is about bringing new people in.
That's what I'm saying.
On-call personnel are very difficult. They don't always have the time for everything. So you're trying to get as many on-call people as you can. In a perfect world, I would have all full-time firefighters because then I'm their full-time job and I make what happens. Call personnel is very different than what it was 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
When I got on the department, as a call person, there were more of us and we all showed up a lot more. People's commitments have changed. The homework balance is different. They're doing things even when they're home. They're not always available. So it takes more people to do the work of what needs to happen. So it means trying to recruit more people every year. I put people on, it cost me $450 or so for a physical. Then I get them on, and as long as I have gear that is close to them, they stay with that gear for their initial training and so forth. And when they get released to go into a burning building, because they have the proper training for that, if their gear happen to be out of date, I can't let them do that with that. So I have to go buy them new gear. You spend $3,000, you outfit them with new gear, and then 6 months later, they leave. They move out of the area. Finding people in Templeton to be call personnel is very difficult. Everybody coming to me now wants a part-time job, not a call personnel. They're from Athol, Orange, Westminster, communities that aren't close enough to be an on-call personnel. I do have some people from, like Athol that are on call and they're for that second wave of truck, we're putting the first truck out with 2-3 people and that second truck is coming because they're coming.
Yeah.
Shortly thereafter. So the gear is there and I do have spare gear, but this year my thought was trying to keep underneath the capital list. So knowing I had a couple, 2-3 sets left in that special article, I put in for 3 sets here. So that way I could stay under that item.
Well, and not to be well, whatever. But your 3 gear that you just bought was 10.5, so you go over that, with 3. So that's all I'm saying, you're, just 10.5, so, then I'll have to come before capital again. But, the firefighter brush gear, that's new,
It is.
yeah,
We have brush gear. Some of it is starting to show its age. And it's time to start replacing it. Hasn't been in past budgets because we hadn't needed it.
yeah, because I hadn't seen it before.
Correct.
so-
We didn't need it. We're getting to the point where the gear is older and we're gonna start needing replacements or people that we don't have certain sizes with people coming on.
And then, is there a reason we have 5 when we have 6 firefighters?
That's not for full-time or call people. That's for both. That's
Just general gear?
general.
Okay.
I don't break my budget out except for a couple small things like that has to be per union contract. This is all to run the department, so.
That's it.
I do have a question and also a clarification. Chief, not to be late, to belittle it and delay it, the firefighter turnout gear, these do have a shelf life or an expiration, correct?
Yes, 10 years.
10 years. And is this the new PFAS free and the cancer initiative? And I know that has a price factor and the costs were driven up as well.
So I have not bought any of the PFAS free gear yet because they were still struggling with making stuff that actually worked.
Mhm.
And even when it's not listed as PFAS free, a portion of that gear still is PFAS free. So moving forward, yes, that's what we are looking at is PFAS free gear.
For our full-time staff and eventually for everybody, do we have everybody in 2 sets of gear?
We are probably 90% to 2 sets for everybody.
Because I know recently the Boston Globe, a couple of the other bigger papers were just lauding the fact one of the towns out east, just was the first in the state where our entire department now has 2
No,
sets of gear. and it's
we've
like-
been, so when I became chief 9 years ago, we needed to go hog wild on gear, and that's why, 10 sets for everything, because I was trying to get us caught up. I was successful in actually getting everybody on the department a first set of turnout gear that was in date, serviceable, able to be used. And then by keeping with the tradition of purchasing the gear, I was actually able to get, at one time, we were probably 100% of everybody having a second set of gear, and we are probably very close to that now, except for maybe a couple of people that are just in training and not going in fires yet. And I was actually able to do that with staggering their gear purchases by 5 years. So that way, I don't have one person with 2 sets of gear that are like 9 years old and got to be replaced at the exact same time. I'm maximizing how we purchase the gear so that we get the most time out of the gear. That one set of gear is their primary gear for 5 years. And then when we get that second set in around 5 years, it goes to being the backup and then they have that set. And then when that second set is phased out, they're getting their new set. So it's how I can maximize both purchasing and keeping them in compliant turnout gear.
No, I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. I appreciate it. And I'm just asking the question because I want folks to understand. Yeah, these look like big numbers, but you're doing an awesome job managing it. And there's all these little behind the scenes things that folks really do need to understand. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to point out that you've got a full-time employee clothing allowance for 7 resources of $1,000. For the call per diem clothing allowance is $50 for 20. So
The full-time is driven by union contract, and the part-time is, and you have to remember, full-time people wear their uniforms every day they work. The call people, it's usually, I try to get them either sweatshirts or a collared shirt to wear to events that they need to go to, or if they actually come on and they can be in uniform. And any of them that come up and ask for any other items, if I've been able to afford it, I can. Like if they need a pair of pants to be on duty or anything like that. But most of the call people are not on duty like that, so it's.
So I'm just going to reiterate this for everyone. My perspective, and this is my personal perspective, is we're treating people who have the same training experience, just all of the things are the same.
Job expectations.
Thank you. That's a really good term. Job expectations, and we're treating them very, very differently. And I think that is just not a healthy place to be, because
They may be the one that saves my house.
right, because I mean, I'm the way I look at it, it is, I've got, the full-time folks out doing either going to a fire, taking people into Boston, into Worcester, or whatever, right? You want those call people coming in to cover the station for that second call, that next call. But if you're not treating them like for like, yeah, you're not going to get the outcome that you used to get. It just makes common sense. So, I'm seeing an increase of 67% increase in the overall employee support budget. For it's $46,850 for this fiscal year versus $28,000 for last fiscal year. Some of that seems to be the brush gear and the turnout gear. Again, I'm just seeing the discrepancies and the huge increase. Thank you.
Some of these increases that are large and everything, I believe is a result of inconsistency in the budgeting process and presentation. And hopefully, we can keep a man in the corner office for a good length of time, and we can build these things in, and then it won't be such, wow, it's 100,000 or 50,000 over last year, because we're doing it different than we did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It's, even when he talked about between Carter and Mr. Montaigne, you can look at how things were done and the budget numbers. Because we were going in one direction and then we kind of went downhill backwards. And now I believe we're trying to get back up on the plateau where we were with this guy. We went down to here, but we're trying to get back up there. And then we get there and stay kind of even. It's a slow incline instead of boom. So, and that's what we're seeing. And it's a bad year to be doing it with all the things going around out of our control, but if you don't take the hard step now, it's not gonna get better, it just snowballs.
Right.
And that's where we're at now, I believe.
And if I may comment that some of these questions, some of these things, the way I looked at this fiscal year's budget, comparing it to previous years, is based on a reaction to, we're going to, and I can't remember how much I was told, but it was a significant increase in the potential budget for the town, right, overall. So my first reaction was, what happened? Why the difference? And so that's what I've been doing, is comparing those differences to figure out how we ended up with this. As you know,
A lot of the reason was because it was so poorly done before.
Yeah.
So these people, the select board, doesn't only have to deal with what they have in front of them, they have to deal with the stuff they were handed from years previous.
Right, and
So that's a hell of a spot to be in because you're trying to make things better and you still have to deal with all the residents. Crap
right,
that you
so,
were handed.
and Mr. Ryan
Getting
is definitely getting there.
Jack,
You know, it's the first year going through this, and so I'm just trying to figure out where are the differences. And that's where a lot of the questions are, so.
Because everything got cut last year and now in this, on these numbers, it's what's the word I'm looking for? They just gave what they wanted. Nobody said, there's no cuts in it. It's exactly what it is. It's data. You're looking at data right now.
And that's what I'm looking at,
Right,
I'm looking at.
but
the-
this was so regardless if you liked last year's budget or not, last year's budget, those were cuts. And for each one of those subject matters, the supplies, this, but those cuts have now made their way over here.
I'll respectfully disagree with that, because if you look at FY25 over FY26, there weren't significant differences on a line item by line item. There was a little bit of bump,
Yeah.
but not significantly.
If you don't know how to do a budget, you just follow the.
Yeah.
Copy of what you had.
All right,
Okay,
I'll be
we'll,
quiet. I've said
Any
enough.
questions on employee support?
No.
Ms. Dickie, purchase of service, I believe.
So we're dealing with a lot of that.
Questions on purchase of services?
Look right at me.
There's nothing wrong with questions, and I know you have them,
Yeah,
so.
I do. First question. I'm seeing that you have 6 large vehicle dot inspections and 4 small vehicle dot inspections. But if I look down below, you only have 9 vehicles, 3 of being small. Am I missing something?
I might have counted wrong when I put those in, so,
Not do that, Dickie, not with him looking at the paper. He is the numbers man.
okay.
Another, next question. Right, first, I just want to clarify, NFPA. You have them down here as listed, doing testing here, testing here, so but NFPA doesn't actually do the testing, correct? They
No,
make
that's
the
that's a
guidelines.
standard.
Yeah, okay, okay. So down here, we have NFPA hose testing. For 15,000 feet. My question is this. In FY20 and FY21, in the budget, there's 8,500 feet listed. In FY22, we purchased 5,000 feet of hose to replace old hose that was stated to be 30 years old. If you add those two numbers up, that comes up to 13,500 without replacing any of the old. And now we have 15,000 feet of hose. How?
Good math.
I know, that's my thing.
So I went, on my estimate was when we last did our hose testing is how much they tested. There was some old hose in the interim between swapping back and forth that got tested. And the numbers might not have come out, that's all.
Okay, so this number might be off.
Might be a little high.
Might be, what, 1,000 feet, okay.
What do you do with old hose?
Yeah, because they haven't seen the old hose up in any surplus either, so I'm assuming.
It has not come up in surplus. I had, one of my personnel going through cataloging it all. And some of it has still been used as backup hose. When we replace hose, we didn't get everything first, so we still have some backup.
Mhm.
But when the line has to be taken out, cleaned, dried before it can get put back on. That stuff is in storage right now, so that it can come. It's with the amount of personnel we have on a daily basis, with their daily jobs they have and what I do, we have not had all the time to catalog everything and get those items to Bob to get put out to surplus.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
I have a follow-up to that real quick. Chief, would that number include the attack lines as well as your supply line?
That's
for the
everything,
Testing?
every type of hose we have except for forestry. Forestry does not need to be tested.
So Bob, to your point, I think what we were seeing for those purchases was the supply lines, the commonly called the LDH,
That's what
large
it was
diameter
listed
hose.
as too.
Yeah, there was LDH purchased, there was attack lines purchased, but the attack lines that were purchased did not replace every line on some of the trucks. Some of them are still older lines.
Okay. And. I think that's really it. Yeah, that would be it for me. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, chief.
Any other questions on purchase of services?
Just one quick one on the fire reporting software. The 4,000 there, is that the new, what replaced the Envers?
It is,
Yeah.
it's, so we use one software, part of it comes out of this budget, part of it comes out of my ambulance budget. We have one software that takes care of, our fire reporting now is called NERIS. It's, fire reporting software. It is our ambulance patient care reporting software. It does scheduling for us. It does, inventory truck checks, things like that. We have the ability, we're building out the hydrant system in the town onto that system now, where dispatch will be able to, when they dispatch us out, they'll be able to see the hydrants in town. They'll tell us, where the closest hydrant is when we go out on calls. It builds, it does all of that for us.
I know that integrates over through, and of course, everything's shut down right now through the US Fire Administration. Just like Enfers and the NERIS, it's free through the US Fire Administration, but there are modules, optionals, the fire programs, the response rack. And there are different grades and categories depending how big and how busy your departments are that have different price points. Do you have any of those built in, or are you using any of those?
So our software first due was compliant with NERIS at the federal level. We did not have to purchase anything else for it. At least from what I'm told at this time, it hasn't been. I'm sure they'll find a way to tell us we have to buy something in the future.
Yeah, because I know fire programs, when I did a cursory search before everything went online with it, there was a one-time user fee of $575. And then add on full module, 705 additional response rack, $300 a year for less than 50 calls, 1,800 a year for up to 1,000 calls, and then call us for price for above. And it's like, yeah, I'm not calling anybody.
No, when we went looking at our software, first due and others didn't have any of that style in there. So it's for everything, like, we're up around 1,600 calls a year, and we wouldn't have a price increase if we jumped to 3,000 calls.
I know there are still states though that have not yet rolled out. We were in the first group, so
yeah,
we're ahead of the game.
And our software that we use was top tier with national. They met all the highest standards of it, and we changed from NFIRS to NERIS. It was mandated by January. We did it early in December, and we had zero complications with it, with the changeover to NERIS. It went very smoothly.
Perfect.
One more question.
Thank you for that, Chief.
In here, you have budgeted $600 for chief truck and pickup under purchase of services. What is that for?
That's service work, oil changes, things like that. We have a pickup truck and we have my command vehicle that's for maintenance of those two vehicles.
Why isn't that covered by highway?
Highway has one mechanic. They've never had the ability to take over the vehicles in the fire department.
Anything else on purchase service? Next item would be supplies, Chief.
Any questions?
Might as well kick it off.
Go ahead, John.
Couple of simple ones here, chief. Batteries for fire equipment, wouldn't that be under the fire equipment and replacement repair, just above it?
No, replacement and repair is when it breaks. And we have to either replace a piece of equipment or we're repairing it. Batteries are an ongoing thing that get changed out on a regular basis, so I just put it down a different line item.
And I believe Mr. Bennett's gonna mention the thing on the DEF fluid, we need to get together with Bob.
We do,
Yeah, because he's got pricing of $250 a barrel, and you got it down to 325, so he's got a cheaper price.
well, I'll actually have to talk to him about that, because that's the last price he gave me.
Yeah, well, he just was talking about it
So
now.
so what that is for me, and that's the last price that Bob gave me. Bob buys all the DEF and we split the cost on who pays the bill when. So he buys he's probably trying to make it up in his budget. You know.
Yeah, too bad he was before you.
So he buys the barrel of it this time. The next time when that barrel's going on empty, he orders it and tells me it's my turn to pay the
Well,
bill.
guess what? You gotta,
We change
Put it
it,
on the
we go back and forth, so
I ain't robbing you,
I'm gonna have to question him on that.
pay beer money.
Can I ask a general radio question? Because they're radios that are in maintenance things like, obviously you have your set of radios, police have their set, DPW. And I think even Council on Aging has some. Do we have one maintenance contract that covers all of the radios?
No.
You should. Mr. Ryan, is that obviously, I can ask the select board and you, is that something we can add to the list of things to look at?
I'd have
see
to
if
talk to them
it's-
because there's often different requirements for different public safety. So, but maybe chief might know a little more about how that works than I would.
Yeah, I mean, dispatch and police department operate the main radio system, but we've done our own. He's never come up to me and said, he's got a contract and that.
Because
takes care of them.
I mean, part of it could be that we're now in a situation where the police's radios are older than fire's radios, and Szocik has the youngest radios, and there's no one contract that's gonna say, okay, well, but you gotta take the project, go out to the vendor and be like, okay, we wanna buy this many radios. How much will you give us? Vendor number one, vendor number two. So we could look into it. Problem might be the age, if we go.
I know when I am able to purchase a new vehicle, I budget money for a brand new radio in that vehicle every time, because changes come to radios over time. And like I know for the fire district, we had low band was our mutual aid channels for talking department to department. Low band doesn't exist really anymore. We've changed to ultra high and up in the 800s where the state police are, and that's been an ongoing project where now our 800s are becoming more useful from department to department. That's where we're headed. So back 5 years ago, we wouldn't have the 800s in our vehicles. Now new vehicles coming in will have a radio capable of doing that, so.
It's more like the maintenance aspects of it, because, you all need to be able to communicate with each other. And I know that there's a certain cost for the software and everything. And I don't know if it's useful or not, you're much better, better position. You bring in a contractor to do all the maintenance and all the radios, so you get it all going together.
Definitely talk to the police chief and see where we would stand, what we can do about that, so.
I'm just looking to see if there's any way we can, a cost savings across everybody. Thank you.
Anything else on supplies? All right. The governmental is showing 0.
And which one?
Intergovernmental.
Yep.
And other.
700 would just be our tanker lease.
So the tanker lease will be in your
In my,
budget
in my budget
as it was presented,
previously.
at least the engine and the tanker was
Yes.
carried.
Last year, I had put it in my budget, it got taken out of my budget and got put into free cash.
This is payment 3.
Yes,
Okay, because the little note here, separate article for 2.
That was the last.
But that was the one we fought on town meeting floor, because if we nixed it, we were gonna violate our contract.
Correct. We made the original down payment in 24
Yes,
from a special article, and then it was supposed to go in the budget, but the last 2 years, it went to, again, special article coming out of free cash instead of
Yep.
the budget like it was the plan.
And thank you for that, too. Cause that was my.
And that's the last item under the fire.
Quick run, chief.
Ambulance.
Oh, that's right. Quick run, chief.
not worth it.
I hate running too.
I'll run towards an ice cream truck.
Yeah.
nice. Mint chocolate chip, please.
I'll share that one with the dog, so.
That's right. They don't know that.
True.
No, I can't do that.
Dog says, "No, please."
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do this. Timothy, we're placing an order for lunch. Do you want something?
Where for the ordinary room?
Yes, small Italian grinder.
Thank you. That was gonna be my guess.
Small Italian grinder.
Man, who knows what he wants. That was instant, Tim. My God. Wow.
Sounds good.
We do the same thing? It's Bev, she said the same thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Respect,
Hold on, you want
respect him, respect.
No, thank you.
You can
I'm
go.
gonna go for it.
You are.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I have things I have to do.
Yeah, we're behind.
Oops, we'll get you this afternoon.
No, I tell you, I don't know.
Ambulance personnel.
Questions on personnel? 100%, 200% agree.
Yeah. Could you explain, this, the EMS director? Because the way it looks to me here is that we have somebody that we're paying $19,000 to manage somebody who's paid 23.
The EMS director, he's a captain in my organization, and he is second in command to EMS operations. He's takes care of my EMS section. He's making sure that we're compliant with all our training, compliant with all our state mandates, operating that's his office hours to do all the functions and to go on calls. He still does do emergency calls, and that covers him going out to do emergency calls and to do functions he needs to do to help me run the ambulance.
And then the only other question I have related to personnel here is that there's no vacation, holiday, sick time, personal time listed
Correct.
for the ambulance employees, so that's, I assume that's in fire.
Correct, yes. With the way I was ordered to do it was not this year, we kept it the same, but when we moved up to taking half of it out of the ambulance, I was told to take half of their base salary.
Okay. Cause you know, that gets the last question that I didn't think I had, but with this, you know, you taking out half that you were, you know, instructed to do. But now looking at the latest BVA, the salaries taken out from ambulance are about 171,000, I believe. And the salaries removed from fire are 346. So they're roughly 30%. They're 70%. How is fire,
James, you got one?
the fire personnel budget double what the ambulance budget is?
Because you have, so in the fire budget, that's where all of the covering for paying for holiday salaries, when my full-timers have to pay, work on a holiday. When I cover their vacation time, pay for training, all of that is in there. So if they haven't used it yet, that's still higher waiting to come out. I have personnel, I have one personnel, doesn't use just about a stitch of vacation time all year, and I don't see him for like half a month of May and the month of June. I gotta cover all of that time, so you're not seeing that because it hasn't come out yet.
How do you know how to pay these guys? Out of what department?
So if a person goes on an ambulance call, they're getting paid out of the ambulance
Okay.
budget, it's on the fire
It
budget.
must be real fun for a girl that's doing the payroll.
It's not that difficult it's probably one of our only sections we're still on paper with. They all do sheets when we have a call.
Okay,
Dictates who's on that call and what the call was, and my admin goes through those and moves the money back where, the hours where they have to go.
Should be a budget that's supplemented by mutual aid.
I what? Mutual aid.
What do you, I don't understand the question.
So like when you get mutual aid for like going out of town to answer, so I'm gonna use Washington, for
Mhm.
example, the assisted living facility. I know you guys respond to numerous calls there. It's right on the line.
Drug and alcohol.
Yes, yes. Where are you utilizing those mutual aid funds that we receive?
It's another call for us, so that's, those calls are, if it's an ambulance call, we bill the patient for it and it goes into the ambulance receipts and then it gets budgeted in. We don't have a contract that says we're gonna make X amount of money from Winchton to cover that, and when we do mutual aid, either to or from, so if we have Gardner come in for mutual aid, they're not charging us if we're doing it, if we're tied up on another call and unable to go and we get mutual aid, another community comes in. If it's an ambulance call, they bill the patient for it. We don't see a bill for that. If it's a fire call, there is no billing for it.
Now, are we still being the first to respond to that facility? I understand there was a little bit of a issue there where our people were going out to respond to that call, leaving nobody here in town.
Since there has been something on that property dating back to before the 60s, we have been primary on that facility. No matter what it was at the time, be it the Templeton, Baldwinville Hospital, whatever it was, and then it changed to PYC, and then it went to, it was Girls Hospital, I can't remember the name of it, and then PYC bought them, and when PYC had it, they moved the buildings on the same property to the back of the property. The back of the property where the buildings are happens to be in Winchton. The front where the parking is still in Templeton. Their land is still in Templeton. We have been responsible for that property ever since there's been first responders in this town.
difference between the,
Wait.
from me to Jeffrey.
Winchton has to drive through Templeton to get to that property. They had no access there. When that property, the buildings that were there, was built, it was the home for troubled girls, PYC, and there was never an issue. No one ever said anything. We were still covering it. When it went from being the home for troubled girls to a drug and alcohol facility, that's when all of a sudden people thought it was something different, something was going on.
They made it back.
And there were issues with it. We are still by far the closest emergency services to them. What we don't get out of it is the buildings and the business address is in Winchton. They get the taxes on it and they get they're also responsible for all the inspections and so forth like that.
So-
We do the emergency service.
So Chief, we, most of those calls are ambulance related calls, right?
They're mostly ambulance related calls. We bill that out and they have very good insurance.
7, would you say?
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay. My question is to, have you had a discussion or do you plan to have a discussion with Mr. Ryan? Because as I see it, the ambulance in town is roughly 80% of our business. Or 80% of the calls. And the fire is significantly less, down in the 20% range. Yeah, and looking at the BVA, if I'm reading it correctly, to date, in the first 7 months, the ambulance department has pulled in $575,000, which is roughly about $83,000 per month. That comes out to around $985,000 a year if we stay with that average.
No,
That's wrong, then.
I'm looking at us right now being generating this year, 650 or so, based on the information I have coming in for our revenue.
Okay. So even at 650, we're, looking at what, 512, I think you budgeted for this year. So, and I know we purchased equipment out of that and we purchased the ambulance last year. But I think we need, my personal feeling is I think we need to increase the ambulance staffing and usage and decrease fire. Because I think our fire budget is, fire budget and our ambulance budget are virtually inverse.
Can I jump in? Although the chief might have a lot of answers to this. Oh, sorry.
Had to do that.
It's okay.
But I just like, I really think that, like like I've said, and Bev mentioned here earlier, I'm 13 minutes away where I live, from Baldwin. And that's 13 minutes driving time. Not necessarily ambulance running time, but, driving time. So if you have your, 1 to 2 minutes to get in the vehicle and so forth, and as happened in the past year, it took 13, 14 minutes for somebody to come to the house. That is, in my estimation, that's not what we were told when this ALS was coming into play. Because the ALS, from my understanding, is supposed to be to stand in the criteria, would be quicker than. They have guidelines that mean that, state like something like 8 minutes, I think, or.
I don't remember them off the top of my head, but yes, there are guidelines that we're trying to meet.
Right, so we have a significant portion, I know there's like, Bev, Liz, Tim, myself, that all live on the outskirts. That because of the placement of the ambulance and the fire department, we're seeing officers, police officers, for a significant period of time before any ambulance personnel gets there. And that seems to create let's say, an unfair distribution of services within town. And I know if we had the two stations up and running, that would be a different scenario. I'm just wondering how we're going to resolve this, because doing the same thing, and as you've seen, and I'm sure you're aware, that the ambulance services has just increased since we've initiated it. So how are we going to get it so that we have the proper coverage for all individuals in town?
I have a very easy answer.
Thank you.
More staffing, new building. 100%. If you want if you want proper coverage in the town,
Mhm.
we don't need one new station, we need 2. We need a station on each side of town. Both stations need to have personnel in it 24 hours a day. We can't have, so right now, we have a station in Baldwinville and a station in Templeton Center. Templeton Center Station is not manned.
Mhm.
We need to have it manned. We have personnel in the station 24 hours a day. It cuts our response time down dramatically. on where we can get to. It also gives us the personnel that we need to help, because it wouldn't just be Templeton Center going to your house. It's gonna be the department coming to your house. It's gonna be Templeton Center getting there faster to start the care or whatever happens to be needed, and the other personnel coming behind them to help take care of that. It's gonna put it would put proper staffing on calls with the availability to do the job that needs to be done in a quicker, more timely fashion. Unfortunately, let's look at our budgets and our cash coming in. Is that sustainable? We're not able to do that, but without doing it in that way, a new station that is centrally located someplace in town cuts down on our response time to, I don't want to say everyone in town, because people that are in Baldwinville are going to have a little longer because we're moving up the street, right? But it averages it out.
Right.
So that is what we have to look at. But that also includes funding for personnel as well. Because, and I'll give you a few for instances. 2 days ago, my crew took a patient to Children's Hospital in Boston around 7 o'clock in the morning. Nobody came in. I had one call person came in to backfill that position. He is a newer person, not an EMT. So that left me and him for the coverage of the town until my crew came back. We were lucky enough, knock on wood, this time, that we did not get another call until the time my crew was just getting back to town. We were able to cover that call as well.
So that kid from Winchton?
That call happened to be at Winchton, yes. We have taken a couple of people recently to Worcester. That is a minimum of an hour and a half. I'm losing my crew at a minimum. Not saying how there's been instances and we've been fairly lucky with it, but the new terminology, not so new in EMS, is holding the wall. These hospitals don't have any place to put you. You have to stay with your patient until they can take them, and you're stuck there.
Dickie, can I ask you?
So,
I heard that. I got an old scanner my father had. What I could not understand was why you didn't take the kid to Gardner.
I will not answer that question.
No, I'm saying not kid, but if anybody.
All as I can tell you is it was Boston Children's Hospital on that call was the appropriate hospital to go to.
Because
I can't get into any.
in general, my thought is that if you stabilize someone, you're taking care of the emergency.
That's not true.
No? Okay.
Henry Hayward Hospital doesn't have the ability to
Okay,
handle
that's-
every type of
that's good.
patient that
I
has to
didn't
go.
understand it, so that's all I needed to
You
know.
have to let
Okay,
that instance,
No, it's just-
ambulance service,
yeah, I know, but
all of the
it's
regs and
like going all the way to Worcester,
that's,
they could have provided assistance.
we're not.
We would be breaking
Okay.
Okay.
regulations
I didn't hear
by
that.
Office of Emergency Management
Okay.
if we did things like that.
If I may ask one more question here.
I want to know if I don't ask.
Have you looked into, or have we looked into the idea, whether we've looked into it and disregarded it or whatever, of potentially splitting our personnel into a firefighter, paramedic matched with an EMT in the ambulance? Because that's significantly lower cost on the EMT, and it still would provide a two-man team. I'm just,
So we do that. The days that the paramedics get, my full-timers get off. I will fill that with a firefighter EMT, and sometimes we've had to go down to just an EMT and not a firefighter because what we could get for personnel. So that does happen, yes. But to do it on a planned basis, right? To make the shift be one paramedic and one EMT, a majority of our calls are paramedics. You are putting an undue burden on one person. We are already taking our personnel and starting to see that we're the proper terminology here is, but we're EMS, fire, emergency services are, they're short-lived careers now.
stressed.
Yes. And if we did our model on creating more stress because we're trying to save a little bit of money, we're gonna go through our turnover a lot more. It is very hard to get a fully trained person in. Whenever I lose somebody and I hire, my last hire he was a paramedic, not a trained firefighter. The one before that was not a paramedic or a firefighter. It is very difficult to get somebody that I can just put a Templeton shirt on and say they're ready to go. If I have to train somebody to become a paramedic because we're losing people, and you'll see in another one of my budgets, I put money in just in case I have to train somebody. I hope not to spend that money. That's 25,000 I put in just to maybe train one person if I have to. And depending on the program they get into, you're talking anywhere from a year to a year and a half to train that person to become a paramedic. And then as soon as you train them, they leave and go someplace better anyways. So, we need to increase our crews. We have 2 on now. You want to start following all the acronyms, the NFPAs and everything like that. We should probably have 4 people on. If we even bump to 3 people per crew, we could then look at possibly not having all 3. To say the 2 people we have on, to go to 1 paramedic and 1 EMT, I think that would put too much due stress on the system. I really do.
I see what you're paying out in overtime, and I also see what you're turning back at the end of the year. Have you looked at those funds and the potential for possibly hiring another person?
I would, yes. We do give back in that account, the fire account, a lot of money back every year. It goes to the point that I don't have my call people coming back for enough calls. When we hire, I try to get them to come back, right? Come back, let's get you to come in on calls. They don't come in. That's why I have it. The money's budgeted for these people to come on.
But if they're not showing up and you have the funds with the overtime being paid out and
Yeah,
money being
I-
returned, why not hire full-time?
Oh, well, can I jump in real quick? So part of this is that the unpredictability of overtime. So you can guess certain things like,
But every year it's been consistent in that.
it's still unpredictable. It's kind of like saying, let's hire an employee with free cash. Yeah, we have free cash every year, but sorry, chief, I didn't mean to.
And okay, and let's just say I try that. I get rid of 65, 70,000, I put 1 person on. The 1 person's on a shift. It doesn't mean that necessarily the overtime being cut, because I could have someone call out and I need it over here, but that person was already on. Because I hire a full timer, they're on a shift. I don't have a full timer that's sitting on a shelf someplace that I can say, oh, I need some hours, let's put them on over here. They would have a set schedule, a set shift, and if I have somebody call out, have the availability, I still need to call and fill that shift back in.
Have you looked at, because not everybody wants to be a firefighter or paramedic. Some people want to be firefighters, some people want to be paramedics, some people want to be EMTs, right?
Mhm.
And looking at solving the problem differently. So that way you have those that are trained as firefighters, right? And maybe first responders. And you have those people that are trained as paramedics and EMTs.
I do that now.
So,
I hire firefighters as a first responder. I will hire an EMT that's not a firefighter, and I will hire a paramedic that is not a firefighter,
but,
not full time.
okay, not full-time. So, because the budget lists things as firefighter paramedics, right? Or firefighter paramedics, lieutenants, right? And what I'm saying is there are people out there who may not want to be a firefighter, right? But maybe I'm wrong, but I understand that in the town of Templeton, if you want to do that kind of work for Templeton, you have to agree to become a firefighter.
No,
And- no.
full time you do, yes. Full
Oh.
time you do.
It's-
Call people, I hire, as I've said, just EMTs, just paramedics, just a firefighter, but my department is not a fire department over here and an EMS department over here. That type of thinking has to go away. We're a combined department that handles all hazards. We are called to somebody's house because batteries are chirping in a smoke detector and they don't know what to do. We get called to homes if people have a gasoline spill in their driveway, or if they have carbon monoxide and they don't know. We get called to homes that people have an odd smell and we find it was a skunk that sprayed outside. We are a all hazards department. Our people, we train them to try to handle as much as they can. When people call a fire department nowadays, they're not calling the fire department of the 70s that showed up. They're looking for engineers because they don't know what's going on. We locked our keys in the house and we can't get in. Please help us. We spilled some gas. What do we do? I'm selling my house and I don't know what a smoke detector is. Can you help me? We handle everything. We are lucky enough because we are able to run an ambulance service at the ALS level that we are bringing in to help us run, for the town to help fund that department. If we took the ambulance out of the equation and we said we are going to let another company do it, you take that out, now we're a fire department.
That's not
I
what I'm
haven't-
suggesting.
No, I understand that. I know you're not. I know you're pro the other way. I understand that. If I lose that, I am an on-call fire department. I will be a department of one during the day. Your house has problems, you're gonna get me there, and I'm the only one because I don't get a lot of call people come. They're all working during the day. So the philosophy that I've taken is I hire just EMTs. I hire just paramedics. The trouble that does though is I have a firefighter paramedic that sits in the ambulance or sits in the station, and we backfill a spot because I have somebody on vacation or called out sick and I can't get a trained firefighter paramedic. I get a basic EMT. Everything on that day is now put on that paramedic because he's the only firefighter there besides myself. We get a run-of-the-mill smoke detector call. He's the one. He has nobody sitting in the passenger seat of that truck. I'm following out of the office in my command vehicle to help him on the scene when we can. Our staffing is dangerously low. We try to make that up with call people. That always doesn't work because call people all have their commitments at home and at work, and we get them when we can. They don't come back at 10 o'clock at night for a smoke detector call because they know the full timers are there and they'll cover it. Right? So they're not coming in for all those. They come in when they hear something that sounds interesting where they can help. So
Thank you.
Your ambulance service is so busy. And they do a very good job. They really do. And then you have the other towns that will help us out too. And we use those services in Winchton once in a while. And that helps, but
and we help the other communities as well.
that goes both ways.
And just one last comment, and then I'll probably be quiet.
Seriously,
at least
thank you.
for a little while. In today's world, we're in a gig economy, right? And I actually think we have it flipped for full-time versus on-call. If we made it so that way, and I am just picking a number, all right, I'm not suggesting this number, but made it so it was financially it was a strong financial incentive for people to get up in the middle of the night to come out, $50 an hour, 60, whatever the number is, I bet the call would increase. Because I've been the spouse of somebody sitting there when there was the rescue squad and everybody was volunteer and you didn't get paid and everything. And now that people are having to do these things, they're having, their full-time job and they want to do this also and help the community. If we actually made it financially beneficial to them to do that, it may work. I realize that does nasty things to the budget, but a way of being able to get that call response increased on top of your full-time staff, and I'll be.
The trouble is that nobody works in town anymore, and they get up at 6 o'clock or 5:30 to go to work in Boston.
It's different.
Yeah, it's
work.
way different.
Yeah.
Dad used to come home at 4 and we'd have supper. Don't happen
Any
anymore.
other questions on
No.
personnel?
Thank you. No.
All right, Chief, if you can move to the next one, please.
Employee support.
Might just explain the EMS, PPE.
So that is, BMS PPE is response coats, to put them in a raincoat, a winter coat, with reflective so that they can be out in the elements. They can be, the reflective meets DOT recommendations, so we can be on the side of the road,
Holy,
things like that.
cheaper to stay out of the road, Dickie.
It also, it can cover specialized equipment, for auto extrication, things like that, you know, so they can be in protective gear and things, so.
Anything else on employee support? Any questions?
No.
Okay.
Purchase of services,
Coastal Medical, 21% increase.
postal medical makes a billing percentage of every call, so the busier we get, the more money they make. The more money they bring us in. They're top notch in their field, and they do a fantastic
Yeah,
job.
okay, so it's a percentage base.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine, 'cause we have that increased call. Um. You have a lot of training in here. But again, we've talked about this, you have a lot of training listed in here for expenses, but you have no training for, no number in the, payroll. For your ambulance, so I'm just, that comes out of fund, right?
No, so for the full timers, it would come out of fire, but for on-call, it's just in their salaries, it's in salary, so when I get the 23,816 in there, that covers it coming in for trainings as well.
Okay, so these, EMS refresher training, the continuing education.
This is all for software that we purchase to be able to help us. It's for training materials to help us. It's to pay instructors to come in and help us do the training. We try to do internal training, but you can pay your own personnel to do it, and everyone gets sick of hearing. You need to hear different people come in with different topics and teach us the specialty items. So that's helps pay for all of that type of stuff.
There's a lot of it.
Yeah, sure, I'm just asking questions. Thank you much.
Bill said on that one? Yeah, I suppose you-
Supplies? Any questions?
Well, that-
Not even one?
Not even one.
Thank you.
And intergovernmental is.
Nothing.
I got a lot of questions on that one.
I can forget that.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief. Next up is the EMD, Rich Curtis. Are you still online or did you?
Emergency management is before ambulance.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Have a great day, everybody.
Hey, you too.
Go back and just.
Afternoon, good morning, Rich.
How you doing?
Just wonderful. How are you?
Just fine.
Yeah, you have a massive budget to explain.
Well, bigger than I've normally put in for, but yes, you're right.
Anybody got any questions for EMD on personnel?
Could you please tell us why we have three deputy EMDs?
We need to have reliefs if we have an emergency. We all have different functions. We all know each other's functions, but we all do different functions. They've been approved and appointed by the previous town administrator.
Don't blame me. Just kidding, Rich.
Notice I used the word previous.
So, somebody else.
Anything else on the MV personnel?
Dickie.
Curtis.
All right, moving on to employee support.
Well, I'm trying to move my screens here at the same time, so hold on. Okay, employee support, I'm ready.
Anyone have any concerns or anything on this one?
Just a simple question. Are these expenses normally covered under the EMPG grant?
We have not had an EMPG grant for, well, nothing in the last year and a half, maybe now. I don't foresee one coming either. EMPG grant is usually for emergency management. I've been sharing it with CERT over the years, as much as I can. And the CERT grant that we normally get, we haven't seen one in like 2 years.
Is it that you haven't applied for one or you just haven't seen one?
They have not been available.
I just did a quick Google and it does show that it's available.
I can't hear you.
I just did a quick Google search and it does show that it is available.
Well, MEMA has not put one out yet. If you're doing a federal search, that's possible, but we get ours through MEMA. They send the money to MEMA and MEMA puts out the grants. And there has not been a grant put out for us, well, since President Trump took over.
And I know you are historically very active, very diligent on grants.
Very.
You have historically been very persistent on them.
This is the first time that we've seen CERT in, well, it wasn't listed in the budget last year. That's why I have been, since I've been in office, I've been asking the question, what was CERT? Was it a part of the town or not? And now this budget book has finally answered my question. And we'll just say that an item in the hallway disappeared, so that will save my question on that too, so.
You got to remember that CERT is nothing more than a resource for emergency management. It helps to train the community and to help in the community. And up until we've lost these grant availabilities, we've been living with the CERT program. We've been living solely off of those donations, which have dried up. Yeah, it's come to an end for a while here. So that's why I've had it added to the budget to help bring CERT along.
But it's a part of the town. It's one of our
They
things.
are a resource of the emergency management department.
Right. I mean, I'll just say, I don't know, in the hallway, there was a can, a donation can, which is not a thing that, my previous life, that was something that we were able to do, to put out a donation can, because I was told by the council that, we're municipals and stuff, we're not supposed to basically, publicly ask for donations like that. So that's one of the things that threw me off for a while, but that's now, looks like it has been resolved. It's not in the hallway anymore, or I haven't seen it in any other establishment in town. So that's why I got confused on that. That's why I had asked. But now that it's cleared up that it is a part of our town, because it just didn't make any sense.
Any further questions on that one?
Mm,
All right, Next item, Rich.
Purchase of services, this is a new one for me. It was recommended that we add in purchase of service so other departments are not assisting us with some of our bills. We had a meeting with the advisory committee over this, over one item in particular, earlier this year. And this is what we came up with for a proposal. $500 for mobile radio programming or repair. And $1,000 for the specialty repairs on equipment, like generators, the UTV, the chainsaws, the pumps, anything we have that may need maintenance to them, trailers. The mobile radios, the ones provided by the town, I cannot program. The ones that we have purchased for emergency management and CERT, I can program all those, so that's not an issue. Repairs, however, are not something I can do without a budget for it, so.
Any further questions? Purchase.
No, I just have a comment. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
The next item then, Rich, supplies.
Next, so this is my last one. This has been reduced because I've split it up into other categories there, but we still need the water every year, the office supplies, and miscellaneous, batteries, lighting, any kind of hardware we need to keep us moving over there. So that's a $950 category now.
Any questions on supplies?
Yeah, got a quick one. Rich, are you aware that Anheuser-Busch donates canned water every year to public safety agencies and that you definitely would fall under this?
No, I'm not.
Looks like cans of soda pop, the 12-ounce cans, but it's a generic label, black and white label. It's Anheuser-Busch labels it out. And a lot of area fire departments receive 1, 2, 3 pallets a year. I'll find out how you appropriate it, but it's no cost to any community. It's just a tractor trailer shows up and they offload it to you and away it goes. I think the only thing is to have a way to help them get it off the truck. And a lot of them have the lift gate and the pallet jack available.
Okay, I mean, that would be nice.
Yeah.
My only concern over several pallets, we go through approximately 3/4 to a full pallet every year. A lot of that is during firefighter incidences because we do the firefighter rehab for them. But water, even though it's water, does have a shelf life.
Yep.
Especially the plastic bottles. I don't know about the cans, if that makes a difference. But I'm sure there is some sort of a shelf life on it. And I don't know if that would be a long enough shelf life to let it go beyond it's, what we'd use it at. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll research it and take it offline with you.
All right, thank you.
Very good. That's your homework. So,
Yep, not a problem.
and that's your last item, Rich.
Yes, it is.
All right. Any questions, comments for Rich before he goes?
Nope.
Thanks, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Aldrich.
So sewers later in your budget after DPW and after Parks and Rec.
Good morning. Just as a reminder, this is an enterprise fund, so it's not a real estate tax impact to the community. It's sewer users generally.
And I'll just jump in before Jeff starts. Good to see you, Jeff. That we did include what we believe is most of the costs for settling the collective bargaining agreement, which isn't settled yet, but we think this is a good estimate because I had to finish doing direct costs, which relate to our revenue part of the budget. So his, unlike DPW's, does include what we believe will probably work for union settlement.
Anybody have any questions on personnel?
Nope.
Yeah. No. They do not. Employee support.
Can you explain the mileage and tolls? Do you not have a vehicle, a town vehicle?
No, that's something that's been there. I never took it out. Years ago, there wasn't a superintendent vehicle.
Okay, but there is now, so that's something that we.
Yeah,
could-
I don't think we've done a mileage or a toll and I never have, and I don't think the guy before me.
Right, so that could be removed or looking to be.
His budget.
Yeah,
Is there a chance though, you might, if you have to go to conferences or meetings, that using your truck, you might, go down, I don't know, I-90 or whatever, wherever there's a toll? I haven't been through a toll myself in a while.
possibly.
Yeah.
So are you just forwarding, carrying numbers forward every year?
Well, there's some stuff I do, like the mileage, if I didn't have it there, I'd move it to somewhere else. It just, there's been times, but we haven't in a while. And being it's only $500, I just left.
In your quantity of one, this is me being nitpicky. For both the dues, meetings, trainings, licenses, and then uniforms, how many people are we really?
Oh,
talking about?
6.
6,
Yeah, I guess that could be, yeah,
that should be 6.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Uniform would be the same thing.
Employee support. We have no questions on this. And now we're going to purchase of services.
Could somebody verify that the total of 264 is correct?
On purchases of services.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bob, with your calculator brain,
No, I've already done it. I'm looking for somebody else.
that's what I figured.
What number are you looking at, Bob?
The total, 264
On what page?
on sewer,
Or
purchase of services. Don't have pages, James?
I don't see 264 anywhere.
264.
the totals, the total.
Count number
Brand-
410.
Yeah, at the bottom of mine, it says 613,300.
Ours
No,
is
no,
not.
no.
No.
No, I have 264.
Well, 613 is personnel.
I thought they said account. Oh,
Next page. The page is-
Purchase of services.
Whoever included the red with the up and the down, I
Okay.
appreciate that immensely.
Correct. Just so, otherwise I'll forget.
But thank you.
I might be able to pull up while we talk.
It's actually 255.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can't put nothing past them, don't even try.
Should have double checked,
That's all.
trust the formula.
On your vehicle repair,
Yes,
you're getting at least a capital, right? You came in front of capital for a new truck.
yeah, we're adding the truck, yeah.
You're adding a truck. Yeah,
Adding a truck.
no, I thank you for, I forgot it was an add and not a replace. Okay, I don't have a question then.
Okay.
I'm good with purchases, services, anybody else?
Yeah, check that number too.
It's off too.
What number do you want to check?
302, 185.
Go check its supplies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we on supplies or purchases?
Where are supplies?
Okay, so, I'm sorry.
Your chemicals of 120,000. How do I ask this question? So there had been. No, wait a minute, this is sewer. So never mind.
I know where you're going, right?
Never mind, we're good. I'll be quiet.
The number's good too.
Okay, all good?
So Jeff, just so you know,
Good with that?
on your 5,200, there's you can, if you look at the cost column and then the department head request column, there's some hard coded numbers in the department head request. That's where the difference is,
okay.
like vehicle repair. It's there's no equation there. It was hard coded.
All right,
So that's why those columns don't match. But the 264 based off of his request is correct. So it's adding up the above.
so it's 264?
If your department head request is what you're looking for, then 264 is accurate. The problem is in your cost column, those numbers are different. Some of them, vehicle repair.
Oh, I didn't, yeah, I see what I did. I
Contractor
didn't
services.
update.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You'll see it when you go into the spreadsheet.
Yeah, I see what I did.
I'm good with the supplies. We good with supplies?
Mhm.
No. How about internet? How about Jeff into government?
That's it.
And I may be told this is the inappropriate place to put it, and I'm sure Mr. Ryan will keep me honest here. So in an earlier budget, it was shown that there was a base cost for sewer of $699,
The minimum charge.
right?
Yeah, I saw, I was watching it.
Oh, okay, all right. So my question is there, we're all in the same family. Is there any way we can, is that, and it may not be appropriate for this conversation, and that's okay for you to tell me that, but is there a methodology where we can discuss something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, we used to charge them by the gallon usage. We base on the gallons, the metering. It's base charge of that amount up to 35,000 gallons. And from 35 to 60,000 is so much a gallon charge, and over 60 is so much a gallon charge addition. If they got sewer with no water, we have a flat rate. So we got them to just do the minimum charge for all the town buildings, except Narragansett, they're paying what they use. And I've tried, I don't know, I think 2 times I brought it to the board, maybe 3, about not charging them sewer. And it was 2 to 1, they wouldn't.
Okay.
So I stopped trying.
We have to work on the.
Yeah, okay. All right, that answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Out of his hands.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
that's
that's
fine.
fine.
I had to ask.
So, Mr. Administrator?
Yes.
Make a note, for this, as a reminder of it wouldn't be Monday, it's probably a future meeting with the sewer commissioners, we could discuss this. item, because that's who it's really.
Yeah, I brought it up a couple times and they weren't for it. I have no problem with it.
Can you provide me with an explanation in regards to your bonds and interest line?
What it breaks down to, or,
Well, the 170 core 519.
yeah, it's Pleasant Street Pump Station. And now we got the Karate Ave pump station that's coming up. We actually rolled the ban over one more year. Because pump station hasn't even started yet. It was supposed to be done last month, but Gorman Rupp hasn't given us a delivery date on the pump station. So they recommend we ban it one more year because we don't know the total price of the project.
Anything else, Jeff?
I'm good. You good? You good?
Everyone all set?
Good job,
Thank you,
Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you for your patience with us.
No problem. No, great meeting.
You got off easy.
Okay, the question, is. Do we want to break for lunch now, or do we want to?
Well, Ken's here.
Yeah.
He's here, so.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Waiting patiently.
Meeting.
I do, and Mr. Bennett, I do have to say, the town clerk is also in the building already. So we might have to do both, just so they don't wait. I'm hungry too, but,
Let's see, we're doing Parks and Rec, because.
You can just approve it and I can just leave and you guys can meet.
Yeah, next draft.
Oh, no, the answer then is no, 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 and no. You want a quick answer?
Given the military response, disapproved, resubmit in 90 days for additional disapproval.
too funny.
When you're ready.
Ken McClure, Chair, Parks and Rec. Start with personnel, I guess.
Why is there a $10,000 increase from FY26 to FY27?
And is that because of the hours for the part-time receptionist?
Correct.
Okay.
So this last year, our second assistant, which would technically be our receptionist, as we're calling that title, was budgeted out of our revolving account. The personnel needed, where we're trying to keep them both part-time positions. I mean, we could use a full-time person 40 hours a week and probably still not be able to get back to enough emails, to be honest with you. Recently with Molly moving up, now we have some set hours over there where we're actually staffed at the senior center for set days and times. It was kind of flip-floppy before that now. So that's additionally why is we're trying to bring on that additional part-time person for 8 to 10 hours a week.
Thank you.
And I have a question regarding full-time seasonal labor. Just wondering how the timing came into effect, because if I'm not mistaken, at this rate, you're adding insurance and bennies and retirement and all that stuff to the position. So it's a lot, it's significantly more than the 22 for shown. You know, overall, a little bit.
Yes, we haven't officially made that decision or brought that to the select board yet, but that would be our intention this year going forward, is to make what was previously 2 20-hour positions to one essentially full-time position with
a small support staff for, you know, if that person's sick. A lot of the one of the main reasons, at least why this came up with when me and Bill talked, was technically we're under DPW. So the guys technically work for Bob in a sense, right? But then that puts the responsibility of Bob to have to direct them on what to do. So rather than having the 2 seasonal employees, the gentleman we're hoping would take this position if it became a full-time position, did very well this last season here. As far as availability for weekends, that's a lot of times when we need the support staff. As far as like tracking the go and wait, checking the porta potties, bringing nets to and from fields. This was a lot more than just the grass cutting in the fields. And we think it would be much beneficial as a wholesome product with one person being responsible rather than trying to split the 2 and not really having anyone besides us commissioners managing those individuals.
So you're saying Bob is somehow involved in?
So if you look at the breakdown of, I guess, the big picture here in town, right? They technically are DPW.
Well, Bob Szocik manages,
Job description with Parks and Rec.
Bob Szocik manages them day to day because the Parks and Rec commissioners are part-time volunteers.
Yeah, we're not paid employees, so we need an actual, you know, where him being the head of the highway department and building grounds.
Yeah, and the job description for the laborers, it says, public services director, / Parks and Rec commissioners.
Right, but I understand that, but the
Yeah.
Parks and Rec commissioners are Parks and Rec, which is a totally separate entity,
Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah.
town. So, I mean, I'm thinking if these employees are under Bob Szocik or whatever, they should be in highway or buildings and grounds. Rather than
Well,
in Parks and.
Yeah.
they get paid out of our budget, but someone still needs to supervise them. Right, like we don't have a supervisor position in Parks and Recs that handles our grounds and scheduling and any of that.
So the thing about it is, so they're not just, so the Parks and Rec one isn't just, like you said, cutting the grass. They're lining the fields where, you know, they're doing the chalk, they're measuring, they're fixing the swing that broke. You know, they're getting ready for whatever next event is coming up at the property. Or they're up there during, in between, like, what touch of trucks, they're up there cleaning in between a certain time frame because you had soccer going on. At the same time, the bathrooms get overwhelmed, so they have to, so their schedule isn't like the building and grounds ones.
How is this different than the swimming director, swimming instructor, soccer, you know, and when it comes to a supervisory responsibility? I would think it would all fall under the same.
It does mostly, it's like,
Well, I don't want to cut you off, Candace. Those people are running individual programs as opposed to Charles and Mike, who we had this past season, are going to multiple fields around town. They're doing different things like each, you know, basketball, play group, fall softball, soccer, all has a coordinator that's as responsible that reports back to us commissioners.
But they're paid, so my point is, you have paid people as
Yep.
opposed to volunteers
Yep.
doing this, that there needs to be a key supervisory person supervising all of. I'm, you know,
You never have had one.
yeah, well, whether they've had one or not, I see a disconnect.
Well, I mean, they
It's not
report to
consistent.
us.
Right, well, so if they report to you, why don't the laborers report to you? I guess that's really the.
they do both,
Oh.
it's.
You can't
do
serve
both.
2 masters.
You can't do it.
That's the way it's been, that's the way it runs.
So
It depends on.
If
what
we
the
need them to
subject
do a
is.
certain event that the either fall, you know, that the coordinators haven't reached out to them to let them know that they need to do or reached out to Molly, then we would direct them to help with that. As far as moving nets from one field to the other, if the soccer coordinator didn't do that, you know, that's what I mean as far as the laborer goes for someone to report to.
Okay, Mr. Ryan, help me with what am I
Yes.
missing?
Right, well, I may not have the full answer for you because there's this historical context I don't have, but normally, you would see this in the Public Works budget because as it literally says, building and grounds, right? So there's some history here that I'm not aware of. The other thing too is, I don't have it in front of me. I'm not sure how much Parks and Rec brings in to their revolving fund each year. And so if some of all of this is being paid for by the revolving fund, then that would make sense why it's here. But if not, then in my opinion, it would make more sense to be in Public Works. But I'm not trying to step on the commission's toes. They may want it here, but yeah, day to day, Bob manages this employee because Bob and other employees are here during the day working. So that's
Right, my
The labor-
daughter's as old as Elizabeth here.
The laborer works on the weekends too, Bob.
And my daughter went to swimming lessons at the Fish and Gun Club like they have them now. And they had a girl that worked for must have been the recreation department back then. And they've still continued that program until today, but it just got folded into this whole thing. But there was never any, she had no supervisor.
Right, well, and that's my point, is that somebody ultimately has to be responsible for these town employees,
Yep.
even though it's part-time, being paid. Who is it? And I would think it would belong in the same person,
So-
persons.
Us commissioners are responsible for the organization, where people need to go, the hours, not going over hours, that falls on us.
So you hire the swim instructor. Yeah.
Correct. We hire all the coordinators or rehire, we hire all the umpires, the referees, or our coordinators hire those people.
Right.
The seasonal laborer also has been taken, when we get into the warm season, that laborer sometimes goes to the cemetery and pitches in because they're trying to hurry up and get with the burials, and sometimes the building and grounds pitches in when there's a big giant event. They come down there and make sure everything is set, because one guy can't get everything done by himself. So that's why the job description says that the laborer is with both sides, because, and right now, there's the laborer is actually the shoveler for the snow right now on Bob's budget right now. Has been shoveling.
I'm just worried about us
So
next.
the recreation,
Mixing funds.
Templeton Common, I've heard more than once that Templeton Common should be under Parks and Recreation,
That's
but
Separate.
It's not for the budget discussion.
okay, but I mean, how can you,
So,
they should be just recreation.
You have to look at the special legislation that created the Parks and Recs Commission to first
because
study
that's
and
what
look
they
at
must
their
take.
duties and responsibilities, which is oversight and policy making, and not necessarily the maintenance of the field.
Okay, well,
And
that's.
this is something that will have to be looked at
What I
in our budget meetings coming forward.
I do have a question. All right, now, this is gonna come back and forth. But in previous years, the emergency management budget, and I know this is back a little bit, had one of the members of the, one of the deputies as a full-time employee of the fire department, and he did not get a stipend because of that. In this year, we have, I believe, an employee of Parks and Rec who is also a DEMD. And he's getting salaries in both. No, Mike is not?
Mike is no longer with the rec department.
Okay,
Yeah.
but he was.
He was.
Okay, I just heard you say Mike and whatchamacallit.
Because that's who we had Mike and Charles is who we previously had over the summer.
Okay,
Towards before the fall, there was 5 or 6 weeks left to the season of the technical season. We requested Mike no longer be a part of the crew and put it all on Charles. And Charles did a pretty good job this time.
okay, so that takes that question out of play for this year. Thank you.
So, I mean, our laborers work for us, like the Parks and Rec Commission, 99% of the time. Although they have been support staff for Bob if needed, and vice versa, like when we were trying to open Houghton Park. And we only had Charles, and we're trying to get chain link fencing done, so that way we could open in the middle of November before the snow float.
And did those personnel costs come out of your budget or come out of?
So,
DPW?
well,
That's.
Charles' hours came out of ours, right?
Yeah,
So our labor came out of our budget, and then whatever staff Bob had available to help us with that came out of the DPW budget.
I realize the importance of everybody chipping in. And maybe I'm wrong here, but using DPW funding and for something that should be within the Parks and Rec costs. I think that's a merging of funds inappropriately and costs inappropriately, because Bob's budget is for buildings and grounds. That does not include things that are covered by Parks and Rec. So to use buildings and grounds money for Parks and Rec activities, maybe it's perfectly fine. I just don't feel like it is.
I mean,
They,
they're not
they
taking
don't have all
away,
the equipment that Bob has, and they don't even have tools.
That doesn't matter.
If I
But
may,
they're doing the
All right, one at a time,
Oh,
please.
well, that gentleman is also went to the cemetery, did it the opposite way.
And
They
he
helped
should.
him. And they paid for him to be over there for those hours.
I have, my issue with this and this, what's being discussed right now is,
Yeah.
is that let's say Houghton Park was funded, the project was funded through CPC. That was right, and now we have town employees working to facilitate this project that was funded under CPC. Are they getting paid through the CPC grant, or is that just are we just using that for what we have to purchase, the supplies, and using the labor from whatever department it comes from, whether it's Parks and Rec or DPW? Because I do think that's an issue. Because that's not what's being told, like when these issues are presented, to redo this park or whatever, it's not being stated that DPW is gonna be doing the work on top of and above that cost. Because we get $125,000 from CPA for the redo of Houghton Park, and we have our DPW people working that project and bringing in the dirt and spreading the dirt and doing all that stuff. That's an additional cost that nobody voted for. And I think that is wrong, and that needs to be changed.
Well,
They're not working on the roads, they're not doing the things that we need done.
so,
Not doing what they paid.
so again, I don't have the historical context, but for all I know, maybe other people know better, when they were creating that CPC budget for that project, maybe it was with the understanding that Public Works is going to do some of that stuff.
Yeah, that's the way that was. It's simple.
It's never stated that way until now.
No, it's not in the write-up at all.
I wasn't on the board for that, so I can't
I know.
attest to that. I was just there to get the park officially open after it sat idle for several months waiting for a piece of
Yeah,
equipment.
no, I understand. I'm just stating for the fact of this discussion, it just too much mixing here.
I mean, I don't feel Bob's ever letting me get assistance from his employees by taking away by a lot of parts of the town. It's not like we're asking them to stop, not going to fill potholes.
Right.
So,
To fill potholes to come help me build a fence. It was, we're trying to open this park before the snow flies. Do you have any, any laborers available to come and help?
I mean, how much time did DPW spend on this? I mean,
A
a
lot.
few hours?
I don't have those actual,
Yeah.
I mean, at the end, yes, I mean, a
Just-
couple hours, I think there was one day total maybe between them helping Charles getting the chain link squared away.
if you can, Mr. Administrator, request that information from Mr. Szocik, so when we have the select board meeting next for budget discussions, we could have that information available to us. If you
Okay,
could.
I guess so this was Gilman Waite? No, what was this? Which
So this is Houghton Parking on the river. That was actually, I think, one of your first
Yeah, I came to that.
grand openings.
So you just want to know how much,
With the grant writer, how she wrote it and how she executed it. The grant writer was basically executing that.
so,
I mean, I can increase my laborer budget and bring on a second full-time laborer to not have to offset the DPW, but I think that's working.
My issue has nothing to do with what either one of you were talking about. It's the presentation of the CPC funding to town meeting. And none of this was mentioned to the people that were voting.
I mean, was it a lot of hours? I don't even know.
They did the whole project as far as I know.
The DPW did?
They didn't do much of it, they didn't use.
No,
trucks.
no, they didn't.
Hmm.
They took away the old equipment, which was, they took the old equipment away. And it was, when you scrap metal surplus, that kind of stuff. But if the park was built or not built, the old equipment was coming down.
Ken was because this, the project preceded me. I came to the opening, but
Yeah.
But
was
those
there
are
a contractor that we
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was a contract.
So the contractor would have done most of the work. I don't, I assume DPW spent a couple hours to assist with something. I mean, I'll get you the hours, but it doesn't sound any different than like if Amber needed me to help her with something, I helped. I don't go, oh, no, that's select board budget money. I'm in select board budget. I can't help you.
Stick around for a while, you figure it out.
Because I mean, I want to encourage DPW to help other, help
anything else
work
for
together.
personnel detail wise for the budget?
Mhm.
All right. Please, your next item be employee support.
So.
You know, I do want to ask one thing. Did you guys winterize the concession stand up at Gilman Way?
Yes.
Didn't they say we were at the electricity was running up there?
We had 12 months at $175 a month.
Yeah, when you
We
interact.
still, so we winterize the grease trap and the water lines, so we still have a refrigerator and a freezer up there,
How come you didn't unplug them?
because they have food in them.
Oh. All right.
Wow, it's been cold enough.
No, I agree with you.
You didn't leave food in the fridge over the winter.
Well, the freezer is the only thing running up there right now. And then the
Yeah.
occasional time that I've gone up there for whatever reason, this last time when I was up meeting contractors for the bids, I mean, you open the door, the light's automatic, they automatically come on. I mean, there's nothing on besides that freezer. All the, soda and Powerades and water, all that stuff went into the basement of the senior center at the end of the season.
All right, employee support.
So our employee support, you'll see an increase of 225. Most of that is going to be for the postal fees. As sponsorships seem to be getting harder and harder for each one of these seasons for these things. We have sponsors further and further away going out. So either we need to mail them, their trophy, plaque, certificate, medal, at the end of the season, or, if they're a local business, we've been delivering them or having the coordinators deliver them.
Money.
Any questions on that item? The next item up, the purchase service.
So in this, you'll also see some increases. We increased 3,000 annually to cover the new mulch at Gilman Waite Park. That was originally on Bob's Parks and Grounds budget. We are now moving that over to Parks and Rec's budget. We could use additional fertilizer, and we could also use the increase to cover the porta potties at the various parks in the community. They're not just used by people that are using the parks as far as the recs, you have people walking at Gilman Waite, those are all town residents. Previously, that's been paid out of a revolving account. Again, with the lack of sponsors and having a hard time getting sponsors, we are incurring more costs to run these programs that are a fee-based program, as opposed to previous years, from what I understand.
How often do you use Cottage Lane?
They use that through the spring, through the fall for practices.
Terrible field.
I agree with you. Give me some money, we'll redo it.
If I might add here. It says porta potties at Gilman Waite. I'm just wondering, we have a fully functioning bathroom up there,
We do.
so why do we need a?
That there's not 24-hour access to that bathroom though. Those bathrooms are only open when there is either a concession staff member, one of the coordinators has a key, play group, or one of our commissioners are up there. So, if Charles is done at 5 and they have practice going until 6 or 7 up there, we lock the bathrooms at 5. And then the porta potty is available for patrons up there to use. And then same thing on the weekends. If we don't have someone actually staff up there for those events to open the bathrooms. We want to give the facility for people walking their dogs, walking the walking path up there.
Now, if you were just to leave the bathrooms open, do you think it would be vandalized?
I would not do that. We've already had vandalism issues across all of our parks.
when when the town got the bathrooms, it was discussed with the police. And they recommended that they would be locked in the evening hours, because there are reasons.
I mean, someone goes in and breaks a pipe, no one's up there, there's no alarm, and then now we're burning out a well pump.
So I noticed your winterization, but you didn't have your opening. It costs money to open back up after you winterize. The cost is not reflected.
I think that was split between the two. It's about $250 to close and $250 to open.
But you have the grease trap. That's an added new thing that you'll have a new, to have cleaned when you close.
I don't know, we
Yeah,
must
I
have
think
toughed it out, because we used to play softball to my ex-husband. We had tournaments up at Gilman Way, we never had porta potties.
Well, there was that one porta potty over in the corner for the longest time, because I remember that as a child myself, that was about the scariest thing you can imagine. Broken bent holes.
How much additional cost is there to the town for the Narragansett Regional School District to use the fields?
I could not answer that.
Well, it's an important question because is the school district assisting with any of these costs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Ryan, Mr. Bennett, that's an issue.
So I just had a brief informal conversation about that because that question was brought up before. There are things that we're not charging them for and things they're not charging us for.
Like what?
So when we go to town meeting, there's expenses for the cleanup, setup, all that stuff. They're custodian, they don't charge us for that. And I think there's some other stuff. The town, superintendent can talk to you about that, but just want to be careful because that could be a can of worms.
Weight was given to the people at the town of Templeton.
Not to Phillipston
Yeah.
Not in school.
and not to the school.
So the school lets us use their gym through the winter.
That's
for
another
the
thing.
rec basketball program. That was one of the things.
We contribute to the school
We pay for the
plenty.
FFMX scheduling for both parks and recs and for the town as a whole. So that's another kind of benefit there. Brad will put in, Mr. Bond will put in what he needs as far as times, and then we'll put in for what we need as far as times to make sure that our programs are not conflicting with their programs.
The part of the difference. So I hear what you're saying. All right. It sounds like you're saying you think it's equitable. I would like to see something that says whether or not it truly is, and it's not just a gut, whatever, because the town of Templeton, in my personal opinion, is picking up more of the costs that should be shared with the town of Phillipston for the usage of our fields. And we are incurring those costs. And I think that needs to be at least evaluated and documented with somebody willing to sign off saying we're good or we have a problem.
I'm definitely not here to fight with the school district as
No,
far as.
no,
who's
I'm not-
responsible for what.
Not your line.
The kids want a place to play, and practice. That's
I
that's
don't have,
what we're trying to do.
I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the funding source and how it's paid for. There's enough things that the town is paying for.
I would
That-
agree with you.
And so it's not, I don't want to exclude anybody from using the fields. I'm not looking to do any of that. What I'm looking to do is have an equitable sharing of cost of those fields. And right now, I, maybe I'm missing something and somebody can hit me over the head with it, but I'm not seeing it.
I mean, I think we'd have to establish a baseline of what the cost would be per hour to rent out a field compared to what the cost is per hour to use the school. Traditionally, other organizations that have used the school, they waive those fees, to not incur that fee onto the organization using it. We have some cheer camps that, it's not done through us, some softball clinics.
Yeah. So that's just what I'm saying, is that, you know, we're incurring, there's a lot of expense here, right? That is not being covered by your revolving accounts. And that cost has to come from somewhere.
Right.
And right now I'm saying that's on the Templeton residents' taxes. And
Talk to them.
and
So the expenses
just-
that we're putting forward, the reason why we don't base them on the revolving accounts is we want to still be able to provide services for kids here in town, right? To come participate in these things regardless of whatever, I mean, I would like to get to a point in time where we're not even charging fees. That's probably never going to happen in this town, right? We probably get a lot more kids to sign up. We probably get a lot more happier parents to get away from that fee base. So we as a commission, you know, make it our job to try to provide these services no matter what to the community, regardless of what's in the
Not being able
revolving.
to pay a fee shouldn't stop a kid from playing.
I would agree with you.
it's just, like I said,
All right?
Yep.
All set on purchase services. Next items is supplies.
So our expense budget, you'll see an increase. You'll see the cost for, you know, printer, ink, paper, locks, paper towels, toilet paper, for the bathroom up at Gilman. Chalk lining for our baseball and softball fields, sports events for the spring and fall. All the cost has increased for, you know, both the application and the materials to do said applications.
And your supplies also include your, if a swing breaks, to replace the swing. Any tools that your laborer needs. Paint, right?
Yep.
Yeah, all the little things that a park needs to, not just those things. To keep, the maintenance of the park up. And.
Any questions on supplies, anyone? And that would be,
You just fix the subdivision.
the last item with a dollar amount in it. I believe.
Yeah, it's the last one.
The governmental has 0
Yeah, that's it.
and
Nonsense.
other has 0 on it.
Yep. No,
So.
All set?
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks, Ken.
Have a nice day.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
yeah, yes.
That's hungry.
Not tired.
Ready for your girl should go.
Lunch and a nap.
Don't blame you.
The wrong morning, right? We're only an hour behind.
We'll get up.
Good afternoon, everyone.
What numbers? Are you getting ready to retire, my girl?
Not for quite a while.
Young.
Pick us out of the building.
Do not ask her that question.
Oh, these kids, you know?
Never. They're never gonna
It's
let.
a goal.
Okay.
Fire.
Clerk, personnel.
Okay, so on this page, you'll see that there's an increase in the pay rate for election workers and for the assistant town clerk. I also included an adjustment to my salary to bring it closer in line with other department head positions in town.
I can't hear you, honey.
Sorry. So on the first page, you can see that I did a pay rate increase for the election workers and for the assistant town clerk. I also included an adjustment to my salary to bring it closer in line with other department head positions in town in comparable communities in the area. As most of you know, I've served as town clerk for the last 23 years. Because this is an elected position, my salary must be voted on at town meeting. As a result, when there's merit increases or mid-year adjustments that's been given through the departments over the years, I have not been eligible. Because I need to have voted on it for. So over time, my salary has somewhat. Behind. Yeah, that's it. So that's the adjustments on that first page.
He's another one like Laurie, always dependable. Does a lot, does her job. Yeah, we've been lucky.
Carol,
Yes.
is that what the asterisk is up on the town clerk on that page? Is that why is it there, the note that you increased your?
I guess so.
I
yes.
couldn't figure out a reason, so I just was wondering.
No, I'm not sure why that's there either.
The only other question I have, and it's just because I just don't understand. You have your annual town election, employees,
Yes,
and you have them listed under the weeks per year at 10 weeks, 11 weeks, 22 weeks.
yes.
That confuses the bejesus out of me because, I know we don't have, that many elections.
Okay.
So could you explain?
Yes, so town meeting, I usually have 6 people, so that would be the hourly that work there. And then I do 5, because it's usually 5 hours for a town meeting.
Mhm.
And so when you go to elections, I have between the precincts, I have 4 wardens and clerks in each precinct. So that would equal the 12. And then they're usually there for an 11-hour day.
Okay, so,
So the column says weeks per year, but it's really,
but yeah, that's.
Yeah, hours. Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
You turn the light switch on.
yeah, yeah, well, 11 weeks, I'm sitting there going, gee, what kind of an election are we having? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just make a comment on your salary increase.
Okay.
I got called out to work last night, so I was a little frazzled this morning. I forgot to bring it with me. But the last time the town had a line item budget was at the 2016 annual town meeting for 17. And your salary was around 10,000 below the rest of the other department heads who had been here for time and experience at that time. This goes back to 12,000 fiscal year 2012. Cuts non-union personnel. The other personnel department heads were brought back up with the override of 13. Ms. Harris, she got the bus missed her stop, whatever the reason. So she has been bumped up slowly when Carter got here, but in fiscal 25 and 26, her salary was stayed the same. So this, in my opinion, is justified not only to get it even closer, the department heads are even pay in this building particularly, but due to her longevity and experience in that position, it's not even an issue to me.
I have no question about it. I haven't been to an election, that's been chaotic or any of that stuff, anything that Carol does, I haven't seen chaos around it, so I'm good.
It's very small number of things that, if you look at, the big things she does, but it's town meeting and it's the elections and she's responsible for reporting that stuff to the Secretary of State's office and for the tax recapitalization sheet. So it might be a small number of things, but they're a large impact, a big.
I'll give it a raise just for adding the clickers.
This is
to the town
amazing.
meeting.
She also can marry people. She can marry people now at town hall, I seen her first ever wedding that she did.
It's a Barton too?
So personnel, we good?
Yeah, we're good.
I'd be remiss if I just didn't chime in. It sounds like there's a lot of agreement in the room, but I just want to confirm that I have seen the data and there are town clerks around here who have only been being town clerk for 4, 5, 6 years and who are making as much as our 23-year well-respected employee. So
We need to
It's
fix
for-
it.
Yes.
It needs to be going in the same direction.
So next one is employee support.
It's really not much of a change, I think.
Yeah.
And this is just dues and go to meetings.
Yeah, I asked this of developmental services earlier, and I'm gonna ask it of you the same
Sure.
thing. Are there any of these that could be cut this year if we are, say, short on them?
I'm not sure that the moderator goes to conferences, so that could possibly be cut.
thank you. I mean. Thank you very much.
Good on employee support, good.
And on this page, there has been increases due to the maintenance agreements going up for the voting machines. And then we've also added a maintenance agreement for our clickers as well.
That explains it. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Voting machine and clickers.
Yeah.
Any questions on that one?
Oh, no. And then the increase on this page is due to postage increases.
I have one question.
Sure.
The delinquent dog postcards and postage.
Yes.
Can you tell me roughly what we actually get in return for the, like how much of that actually turns into money? If I'm having a hard time explaining myself.
Cost benefit?
Yeah, basically a cost benefit on that. Are we spending $825 and getting $600 back?
No,
Or,
no,
they know that
we
it
do
was
get more.
1533 is the amount of dogs that we had listed last year, according to your pages here, whatever.
Yes.
And it was 96 of these filled.
So as of right now, we are, have licensed 800. But we still have another 800 to go. So, by sending these out, it does help people to come in. And then it also, if the animal control has to bring them to court later, they can say, did you remind these people? So could we have the steps that would show that we have really given them chances
Yeah.
before we find them?
Really stupid question. And this is a stupid question. Do we have an obligation to actually have the licensed dogs?
As an astronaut.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then answer the question.
It is the law.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, is it worth the bang for the buck?
Right.
You know,
I think they should license cats also, but.
no.
I think we should license kids.
All set up the flights?
Yes.
Dog is my kid, in and out, in and out.
All right.
There's me out.
Thank you how quick you were.
Thank you.
Because they hung
Thank you for your time, you guys.
Should have had you at the beginning.
Right, and have lunch.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you very much, Carol.
Have a good afternoon.
You have a good afternoon also.
Okay, all right, you gave us a 5-minute break. Thank you, Conflict.
It's good today. When you came here, you didn't realize how lucky you were. Because you walked into a building filled with people that are extremely capable. They had very poor leadership, if any.
Are we shutting down?
Used to sneak in and out of the
Yes,
front door, so
let's-
we didn't have to
At
walk
this
down.
time,
the
I
hall.
would take a recess. I know some of you ordered food.
Yes.
Depending on, so TCTV. We will take a recess for, till 12:15.
For what?
I've got 12:42, so 1:15.
I'm like,
Not
Billy,
bad.
like, Connie, come on.
Going back in the time machine.
That's why you needs to wear these when you have them.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.